Hey, sup, Seven Deadly Sins. Yeah, a little bit of Premodern. Yesterday's Premodern stream was a lot of fun. I had a blast with it, and so I was like, that's more tomorrow, huh? I'm excited about it. Folks seem excited about it. There's a huge run on Premodern cards on Magic Online. So I sold the fuck out. I was like, yeah, alright. This is probably the worst time to sell. It's probably going to keep on spiking, but whatever. Could use some dollar dues. Usually when I buy into a format on Magic Online, I'm just like mostly just caring about the sets I get and stuff. And it turns out the people that like Premodern really care about the sets and such, because the format's still like accessible on Magic Online, especially if you're looking at stuff like Survival of the Fittest that has multiple printings. But I was able to like sell my old bordered Exalted Angels for like 25s or something like that, and Survivals for a lot and all that nonsense. It does mean I'm going to be going through it here individually, updating all these arts. I can't play with that Snuff Out. I'm actually not sure I should be playing with Snuff Out at all. Like, is Snuff Out really better than Smother? Probably. Happy Tuesday to you too, Darksomness. Everybody. Hope folks are having a good one. Much better, huh? Facatory. The most postmodern Magic card? Probably some. I don't know, maybe Comet. Does the meta evolve much? In Premodern, the meta is constantly evolving. What the best deck is has changed several times over the last couple of years. Currently, like the main consideration is yeah, you look at the meta, and it looks like there's like a solid amount of like red aggro, which there kind of always is. That's like one constant, is that there's always goblins and sly in there. Land still goes up and down. Survival goes up and down. Oath of Druids goes up and down. Mono Black is higher than it has been for a while. It'll probably go back down after a bit. One thing that's up right now is the combo to exile all your lands. Wish I could remember a card name for the life of me. Just ever. One card name. Anytime. But there's Parallax Wave, and then you like target all their lands, and then you bounce it or stifle it or whatever, and lose all their lands. And that's really common right now. Like so, like it's Stifle Not tends to sideboard it, so they've got a game plan against like the mid-rangey decks. And then this deck is like all based around doing that, right? We got 4 Tide, 4 Waves, and then a bunch of ways of mucking with them, and then Opalescence lets you let Parallax Wave like blink itself and stuff, and do some really nutty things that way. So looking at this meta, you would think that those combos are only 4%, but like Enchantress is doing the white version of that, Stifle Not's doing the blue version of that. The control decks are doing it. Mono blue control's doing it. You know, there's it's like a combo that's like worked its way into the metagame, but just looking at the numbers wouldn't seem uh would be hard to spot if you didn't know what you're looking for. Anyway, but if just looking at the numbers, like you can say that Premodern is very diverse, right? And there's like all these different decks. Nobody's more than 10%. Like this is more diverse than like the good days of Legacy, where the top decks were like Rug and and Maverick, and both of those were the like the 10 to 12% range, you know. Really cool stuff. So lots of room for playing off meta decks, lots of room for brewing. Blue White Charm was one of mine. Is the music loud compared to my voice? It probably is. I'm sorry. I was all my levels are off because I was blasting tunes last night. And Bandcamp doesn't have an audio slider on its site, so I always have to crank my personal volume down, and then when I go back to streaming, I forget to reset everything. Anyway, my extreme irritation with Bandcamp that they did. How do you have a music thing without a volume slider? Why would you do that? Why would you do that to people? It's like the best way to pay musicians, and also the most obnoxious music player I could imagine in my life. Whew. You ever take a sip of water and then realize you're dehydrated? That may have just happened to me. You think there's an extension for that? For making that website usable? I would love that. How do we not have black bordered hypnotic specters on Magic Online? Kind of feel weird only playing 3 Smother. It's not a number that I would come up with on myself by my lonesome, but it seems like most of the community has settled on it. Am I liking Premodern on Moto? Loving it. I mean, I was loving it before it was officially supported. These plagues looking weird. Whatever. Not ideal, but this is probably fine. I don't know if I can handle the new art negator, though. Yesterday I spent like 2 hours going through and doing this, and today I just didn't have the time. There's a reason that that I stream so much Cube, and one of those reasons is that you just get to, you know, build the deck live with everybody. That's all streamed. That's all part of the content. A lot of people's favorite part of the content. And then when I'm doing constructed streams, it's like, okay, do I want to do all the boring shit? do I want to have like hours of that off stream? So this puppy in the old overlay here. Premodern is nostalgic for you. Yeah, that's a sweet one. What if I played some tier decks that I just haven't played ever? Like, I could play goblins. I've played mono black, but, like, in paper. The last time I played mono black, I was just playing, like, every protection from white card because there were so many Swords to Plowshares in my meta. So it was just, like, a bunch of Black Knights and stuff. The current meta is a lot different, though. Cabal Coffers is certainly not banned, no. You want to play Cabal Coffers with, like, Drain Lives or something? A lot of those really clunky cards are difficult to make work, because you still need to not die to a Jackal Pup. Or a fast combo or what have you. One card that's like not really playable in Premodern that I would love to be is Mirari's Wake. Maybe I'll figure out how to cast that card someday. And not just die. Alright, I got the deck in the Mox field. Just throw it in my overlay here. And we're good to go. Let's jam some games. Very legal and very underwhelming. Yeah, exactly. So I've played goblins in extended, standard, fucking legacy. I've never played it in Premodern. Let's get a goblins list in the pipeline. Maybe I'll get more of an appreciation for it. Let's look for something that did well at a big event. And I want to play red-green with main deck naturalizes. There we go. This list top-aided Slovakian champs. It was only 50 players. One big difference between this list and what I was doing with Mono Black was there's no Phyrexian arenas in here. I just like the idea of having something else worth Dark Ritualing out on turn 1 besides Hypnotic Spectre. We just milled Roar of the Worm. That's not a good sign. Yeah, Hypnotic Spectre maybe not at its best against Madness. We'll see. You want to block? I always want to pump full. I always just want to like full send. Just max damage, see if that wins. The Nantuku Shade. Yeah. I remember when people thought that was going to be like the fucking nuts in standard. Undiscovered Paradise. So they discard Arrogant Worm mid-combat here, and they'll have a 4-4 and a 3-3 Mongrel. I take 2 pumps to clear the 4/4. Oh, but I can quad pump and just eat it. All right, let's send both. There's the arrogant worm as expected. This is not Wizards, Greenhorn Gamer. This is Magic Online. It's a community-run format, similar to Pauper. And Magic Online has decided to support it. Why not? Support them gamers. Oh, wow, the Mongrels is not blocking. That's wild to me. I could full pump this Nantuko, and then that's 6, 7, 8 damage. Put them to 3 when they have City Brass in play. We have Hypnotic Spectre. I kind of dig that. Like, just let them win this and just fucking put them to 3. I was planning on eating the arrogant worm. Maybe I'm supposed to pump twice and trade. When's the big Misty Mountain Premodern tournament happen? I don't know. They run one like once every couple of months. I don't know when the next one is. You thought Moto was part of Wizards? It was. They lease it to Daybreak Games. Tater Chimps has a tourney next week deciding between Machine Head and Zombie Survival. Oh, fun. Do you have a specific Machine Head list? Back in the day, I played Machine Head in Extended, and I played this. I played like Siege Gangs on the top end, and they were really good for me. Nice. About face. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. So this is Madness that's also playing Tireless Tribe combo. Tireless Tribe being itself a discard outlet for Madness creatures. Interesting. The 5-color mana base makes a lot more sense now. A Tireless Tribe is a 1-mana, 1/1. Discard a card to give it +0/+4. So you discard, like, 4 cards and about face it, and they take 20 on turn 2. That's the idea. I don't think I like Diabolic Edict. I mean, I guess I like it on turn 2. There's just like a large chance you're going to spend 2 mana and then just trade with a Root Walla, which I don't love. Yeah, Pit Rack is a version of Mono Black that people seem to enjoy a lot. I haven't had a ton of luck with it. This is Moneyball Black. I don't know why it's referred to as Moneyball. I don't get it. I've also seen it referred to as Mono Black Aggro, which makes a lot more sense to me, personally. How do I feel about Chain of Smog? It makes sense if you are playing the rank. So if they played Tireless Tribe turn 1, I would have turned 1 Dystopia. A reference to Moneyball? Yeah, but it's just a regular aggro deck full of normal cards. It doesn't make any sense to me, even with the knowledge of the film Moneyball, which I enjoyed. Prismatic Strands, interesting. Quiet spec for Prismatic Strands. Didn't think about that. That's cute. Yeah, Badagaboosh, the deck's named Moneyball Black, and so I was like talking about how I didn't love the title, but I like the movie fine. Yeah, why isn't this deck called Mono Black Chokios or something? Mother of Runes giving itself Pro Black. Volcanic Spray. Okay. And they run this because it's another Quiet Spec hit. I saw this Quiet Spec package of Volcanic Spray, Roar the Worm stuff, used in a grow shell, actually. We can get flashbacked too. I guess that's worth a card. Now I get to hit a card out of their hand with Spectre, though. Another Volcanic Spray. So the question is, do we play James' second Hypnotic Spectre, or do we play this Dystopia? Start working on the creature base. Both good lines, in my opinion. Bye, Mom. Yeah, the name Moneyball refers to a movie team which is unlikely to win, but still wins somehow. And the deck involves classic playable cards like Dark Ritual, Hypnotic Spectre, Wasteland, Duress, Cabal Therapy. All All these crazy format staples. Hey, C3 Slipball 23, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 80 months there. We're going to keep Dystopia around for a little bit. Alright, maybe I'll lose it next turn. Well-known underdog Dark Ritual, yeah. Oh, Wild Mongrel can sort of get around Dystopia. Yeah, they need a card to discard, though, so the only way they would have been able to save their Mongrel there, so they tap their Undiscovered Paradise. Yeah, in that spot, we could just, like, pay the upkeep of, what, 3 life there? And then activate Factory, 6 them down to 6. Next turn, do the same thing. Little duress action here. Wow, double Fire Blast. That is exciting. Think about a name Fire Blast. That's what I think. Waiting for land me. Yeah, that's what I would have done too. So the reason to sack in response is then I don't have a creature to sack to my Cabal Therapy. So regardless of what they discard here, if they don't sack their Fanatic, then I get to sack to the Therapy. We're still trading with the Fanatic. You know, it's not nothing. Still nice 2 for 1. If I'm them, I'm keeping that Lavamancer for sure. It looks like that's what they agree on. I'm in a spot where I could kind of use like a Cursed Scroll here. Let me clear this Lavamancer, which is otherwise kind of an issue. Yeah, if they had missed it, I would have pointed it out for sure. Oh, they've got a Cursed Scroll, huh? Not loving my odds here, folks. Yeah, I'm not sure if I overall like Graveborn Muse over Phyrexian Arena. But it was better here. I like traded with a Incinerate instead of just killing me. Yeah, we don't have like Exalted Angels in this deck to top deck. None of that would even help now. Well, there's the Curse Scroll I needed. Yeah, I needed this Cursed Scroll a while back. This is going to be too late. Oh, they're just going face. Interesting. Thought they might ping my rats and just attack. Force me to use a scroll on their Fnatic. I think we just concede here. Plank has some good names. You can name, I think Ball Lightning's Elemental. And then Grim Lavamancer. Being human, I think, has overlap with some other card. I could be wrong. Boarded Negator, show 'em who's boss. They'll never see it coming. I like Edict over Wretch. I'll try this. Keep it discard heavy. Format's inexpensive. Yeah, it depends on what you want to play. Just like every other format, right? If you want to play Mox Diamonds, those are pricey. If you want to play Gaia's Cradle, those are pricey. Though those do have gold border variants. I'm not sure what the big deal is with Seal of Fire, why people are playing it over Firebolt these days. Fire Blast, Flame Rift, Vortex. Yeah, I'm supposed to leave Vortex there. And this will be a nice clean answer to that Lavamancer. This should just be a button to name the one card in your hand. Oh shit! Hey Gecko21, thanks for the sub, the tier 3, the 87 months. Hell yeah. Cheers, Gecko. I think I'm supposed to play this Rats out. And the question is, do we trade a factory for a Seal of Fire? I think we don't. I think we just pass. Some big benefits to holding up Smother here in case they play Ball Lightning, right? I'm just double checking Ball Lightning's creature type. Yeah, it is elemental. Only reason I know that is from playing this format. Now we just have a Meddling Mage on Ball Lightning out. Vortex, Don't love that for me. Land would be pretty good. Scroll's not bad. If they drew another Fire Blast, they have a win here. If they did not draw a Fire Blast, then I think they've got to point some burn at my Hypnotic Spectre so they don't die. And then they have a chance to win by ripping like a bolt or something. Ball Lightning's creature type used to be Ball-Lightning. Amazing. How prevalent is Curse Scroll in the format? It's a, it's a staple, I would say. Like Sly is a tier 1 deck, they play it. It's good in mono black. At least have a Bloodstained Mire in hand. So they have to sack their Seal of Fire on my Rats now. I think they're just dead. That's what I think. They just died of the Vortex. And then Yeah, I know what your hand was. You had to reveal it to the curse scroll. What was I saying? Yeah, so it's good, and in this style of deck, it's I'll also throw a one of Cursed Scroll into just like random decks. I was playing a White Weenie deck the other day, and I was like, this deck could use a one of Cursed Scroll. You know, just a little bit of reach at the top end. Anything that's like vaguely aggressive can benefit from a few copies, I think. Kind of wondering about these edicts. I don't love this hand. I don't think it's a mole, though. Maybe it is supposed to be a mole. Like, I like Curse Scroll against them, but, like, what is the rest of the hand doing? It just seems kind of slow. Opponent took a mole. That helps a little, I guess. Opponent's got 2 cards in hand. The Lavamancer is going to get some real action in here. Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. And then activate Lavamancer, sure. Yep, just going to take that. And then I'll keep this. Yeah, the bonus pup damage. Oh shit, what up? Tubbs Malloy, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 100 months. Hell yeah. Can I get a land? I can. Nice. Holding Curse Scroll up means I'm not going to get ball lightninged. The most giant growth of dark rituals, right? More pre-modern, hell yeah. Hell yeah, Steam Flogger. Very precarious life total when facing down double curse scroll, huh? Very possible factory should be serving in here too. It looks like they had a rough couple of draws at the end there. Basically, the fact that we were able to, I don't know, find Cursed Scroll. The Cursed Scroll was so important in that game, having the Cursed Scroll advantage. Double Ravenous Rats clearing out their hand, trading with some of their board value, and then Cursed Scroll coming down, cleaning it all up for us. It really was the Cursed Scroll game. Pit Rack's a big modern deck. I think Pit Rack is not the most played version of Mono Black these days. It is a known deck though, for sure. This looks reasonable. Huh. I think I'm supposed to grab Frantic Search. I'm gonna name Stifle, and then I guess I'll just wasteland them. Kind of got the whole thing going on over there, huh? Hey. This is kind of an interesting spot in terms of what to name for Cabal Therapy. Because the Replenish can rebuy stuff, but if I can get the Withered Wretch down, then I can, like, nuke the graveyard a bit. I think I'm supposed to Therapy Parallax Wave here and then wasteland them. Very interested in hearing opinions for people that are more knowledgeable of this matchup. If this is a reasonable line or not. Oh, come on. Come on, second land. Oh, they're only a mana away now. Okay. And then we name Replenish here. And the opponent's just trying to top deck another Replenish now, and I'm trying to top deck a second black source for this Withered Wretch. We all have our goals. Hey, IRL, Tad HG, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 5 months, appreciate you. Great to see wider adoption of Premodern. Yeah, I dig Premodern. Yeah, I done some Premodern streams, and then then the leagues were up, so I just jammed it yesterday, had a blast. Uh-oh. Okay. So they try to fuck with the Parallax Wave. I think we just exile the Opalescence that's in their graveyard. They're like, enough of that. Maybe I should just untap, Tom. Don't give them something to respond to. Just like untap and get 3 exiles. I think we start with Factory. I think we make them burn a... Either choose between taking 2 damage or burning a Fade encounter. Right, Spawn? I agree with that. Sometimes it is pleasant. Interesting. Do we get to draw? Do we get to draw? Hell yeah. Just 3 lands. I guess factory should have served, huh? Fire design. Powerful splashy effects, that sort of deal. We could pump with the factory. It doesn't impact our clock, and it would mean that I have less mana to use this Withered Wretch. And I kind of want to leave both mana up for the Withered Wretch. So a top deck replenish here, I'd be able to exile both Parallax Waves from the graveyard in response. Dark Ritual Hippie is peak magic. I agree. The peakest of peak. Yeah, when I was putting the deck together, I was like, 1 Tormod script, a little random, but I get it. But it's not that random, right? We have these fucking... it's like complementing the Withered Wretch plan. Negators seem awesome here, as do Glooms. So note the Parallax Wave is an activated ability of a white enchantment, so each removal costs 3 mana. Pretty good there. And then I don't know if I want Dystopias or not. What do you folks think? Obviously, we're going to cut Snuff Out and Spinning Darkness. Smother. I mean, Opalescence makes their stuff creatures. Almost makes me wonder if Snuff Out should be in. They go to, like, kill their own thing, and you snuff it in response. You think Dystopia is too slow? Do they board it into Exalted Angel? That's a good question. List I'm looking at does... Yeah, it looks like they usually do. But not always. They play Seals? Yeah. That's kind of what I was wondering. What if Cursed Scroll is just bad? I'm going to leave Snuff Out in. 2 Dystopias. And maybe a Diabolic Edict over the last scroll. I wouldn't hate more Wastelands in the sideboard. Any Hunting Grounds decks in my deck ideas? Nope. I'm talking about a hand that could use a fucking Dark Ritual, huh? I'm going to fire off Attunement. And Super Whiff. Replenish, Seal of Cleansing, Opalescence, Parallax Wave. Maybe I should have named Seal, huh? Just because it was the turn 2 play. Ooh. It's weird, but I kind of want to wasteland the City of Traders and then play Dystopia. You're currently eating pizza. You don't know if I've tried it, but I highly recommend. I had pizza for lunch, and I'd ordered extra sauce to dip in, and the sauce like opened and exploded in the delivery bag. Didn't love it. No, wasn't a fan. Oh yeah, we're gonna keep this around for a little bit. Will the third Withered Wretch be good? Yeah, this is interesting. I really haven't played against the opponent's deck much at all. I think like maybe once lifetime. I've mostly just seen it putting up tournament results and such. I'm actually not going to serve with Factory here in case they draw another Frantic Search. Because their hand is, again, double replenish, right? I want to make sure I'm leaving at least 2 mana up. Pre-dipped the value. Yeah, the value. Looks like Dystopia was a good call. It put them on an awkward spot with their seal, right? Like they wanted to seal combo, but they also wanted to use it to answer my my Dystopia. The issue for them was that we drew triple Withered Wretch, so we could throw a couple out there. Throw a couple wretches to the wolves before we clean up with the last one. Hard for them to play around. Any format you can play Hypnotic Spectre is a good format. I agree. Correct, EZ6. I'm saying there's tension between those decisions. Between sacking the Sea Lance or the Dystopia, or sacking it on their like looping it with the combo to permanently get rid of my Withered Wretch. So they chose to do the Withered Wretch with the idea that they had replenished, they could get it back anyway, once the Withered Wretch was off the board. Because I gave them that tension, and like forced them into action, because they couldn't just like sit there with their stuff in play, right? They had to do something. The Dystopia forced them to act. They had to either answer the Dystopia, or if I didn't have the Dystopia, that wouldn't have been the case. The game would have been a lot more tense. How many turn 1 Spectres have I played this league? The first match, I think we did it every game. So 2. Lifetime, I have no idea. Probably depends on if you count Chandelar. With Premodern on Moto, I'm afraid of the format being solved too quickly. No. Unfortunate. Yeah, not only am I not even like remotely worried about that. I think it's weird that other people even hyper focus on it. Like, it's a very common question, and it's just like when the format has become solved, like demonstrably solved, which has happened like once or twice, they've just like banned a card and everyone's been fine. So they've had like one or two bannings over years, you know? Like every other format, when something becomes solved. Just the least big of a deal ever. No, it's not. It's a community-run format. It's not a Wizards is not involved at all. Very possible Factory should be serving here. Interesting. Tournaments. They're talking about doing 32-person challenges with Asnohead. But they're giving the format a month or two to warm up. I think this attack implies lightning bolts. Yeah. Fair enough. Opponent stalled out at one land for a long time. That's been helpful. But what I really need here is like Curse Scroll. This is our second time playing this matchup. The first time we won because we drew Curse Scrolls, answered our opponents, got off to the races. You want a reprint of Tempting Worm? Oh, okay. I think I paid 6s for mine. I've been enjoying it as a sideboard card. Guess I'm just passing. One of the issues with reprints for Premodern is that one of the cards that needs the reprint the most is Mox Diamond, and it's a reserve list card. And that's the issue with a few of them. I think Survival's also a reserve list card. Wait, haven't they reprinted Survival already? Aren't there like multiple? Yeah, there's like fucking 4 different Survival printings. A Judge Foil promo, and what's this fucking thing? Reprint some gold bordered cards. I would love that. Yeah. Give us gold bordered. The thing, so like, I think they probably like learned the wrong lesson from Magic 30, and be like, okay, well, there's just like a huge community blowback for these quote unquote fake cards or whatever. But I know a lot of players would like lose their minds for like reasonably priced gold bordered cards. Charge less than $1,000 for products, right? That was mind blowing. And just for boosters too, not like the full set or anything. So now if I activate to exile the Seal of Fire, they respond by activating, getting rid of both, then I lose all my mana anyway. Okay. Not loving my spot here. I mean the decks were so cool. The gold bordered like World Championship decks. Do pre-modern precons where it's like all gold bordered and it's just decks built, ready to go. They'd probably make a lot of money. It's awkward because I want to, like I kind of need to attack them at some point, but I also like can't really. You think they avoid gold bordered because it shows people how easy it is to proxy decks for fun? I think they just don't make as much money as getting people to buy like all original cards because people aren't willing to pay as much for them. And the market is smaller. So when you've got something that's like that lucrative, it's no longer a matter of like, will this make money, question mark. It's, will this maximize our money? We only have so many people and so much time. How do we squeeze the maximum nickels? It would be kind of delusional to think that people don't know how to operate a printer in 2025, right? I am willing to give Wizards more credit than that. What did I cut last time to get down to 62 cards? I think I might have shaved a Wretch. I think I wasn't high on Diabolic Edict. When does Drain Life come in? Right here. I could see boarding it in a... I mean, I could see main decking a copy, to be honest. There's these games sometimes where you just, like, flood out or you draw a bunch of Dark Rituals and stuff, and having a 1-of Drain Life can be sweet. My Mono Blacklist, I was playing one in the main deck, but I was also playing Phyrexian Arenas, so you're going to see it more often. Have we played Terravor or the Rack on stream? I have not. We played against Terravor the other day. Right, Matt Man? That's what I was thinking. MakePlayingCards.com had a booth with cardstock samples at PAX West this year. Fantastic. I actually had them make the playing cards that I gave out as wedding favors. I was really happy with the card quality. Chittering Rants? People have played them. So I bolt them. If I therapy them here, I think they respond by bolting me. But maybe they don't, because then I would name Ball Lightning. I'd much rather have Plague on Elemental than like Goblin or whatever. And then we just don't have to worry about Ball Lightning ever. Meddling Mage. Shooting rats isn't legal in Premodern. Oh, yeah. I was probably thinking of Pauper. Used to see Pauper play. Doesn't really these days. My apologies if my answer was confusing. Looks like naming Goblin would have been pretty good. Opponent thinking if they want to sack a mountain here. I thought it was better to make them make that decision before they untapped and drew their card, because whatever they draw might change their decision. Maybe it's better to just like activate on a different card in the graveyard. Shrink the Barbarian Ring. Oh, why didn't they just do that and then attack? They just missed 2 damage for some reason. Really weird in my opinion. Oh, they just drew it. They just ripped it off the top. I had the wrong spot in the turn. I thought they were doing that at my end of turn. Oh, you better believe we're trading. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think that's just going to race me. I just don't have any board presence or anything here. We won this matchup earlier, but we won it with, like, Cursed Scroll dominance. Shredding their hand in the early game and then getting Scroll down to help control all the Piddlers while applying pressure. I think we're fine scooping here. Overall, that is not the match you're looking to face. Which is why some players play Black-White, so they can play Exalted Angel and have a shot there, and then they've got a bad mana base, and then they lose to their mana base. Is there a way to tell if Premodern is played in paper in your neck of the woods? Yeah, I mean, besides like pinging local shops and stuff, there's a Facebook group for it. That's where I would go to look. I don't know what your neck of the woods is. You remember when Sulfuric Vortex was in Vintage Cube and was an incredible card? Yeah, right? It was very good for a long time, wasn't it? Oh, you're in Portland? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would imagine Premodern would be sick in Portland. Y'all got that hipster vibe. Premodern Cube would be sick. There are Premodern Cubes. There's been a few at CubeCon. A couple in the area. here in Madison too. Would I play the Nether Contamination deck? I have played some games with it. When me and Ben did a collaboration Premodern stream, that was one of the decks that I pulled out. That Call of the Herd looks better than my whole hand. At least by taking the Call of the Herd out, it'll be like a 4-mana card instead of a 3-mana card, huh? I almost want to name Arrogant Worm here, because like Smother lines up against Wild Mongrel, but currently the Arrogant Worm's pretty far away. So I'll just name the Mongrel. And hope they don't rip a convenient discard outlet. This isn't the same person we played against earlier, is it? Okay, no. We faced the 5-color Madness deck earlier. Oh man, this Ravenous Rats was going to be so bad a turn later because the Arrogant Worm, but they only have 2 mana up, so they won't be able to play it if they chose to bin here. The discard Prismatic Strands. Yeah, it is that deck. I'm going to sack and name Arrogant Worm here, so I don't have to worry about it. Watch them pitch Spirit Guide. Just get me. Hey, Garthmeister J, thanks for the sub. Thanks for 109 months. Appreciate it. You're pretty sure you initially subscribed to meet the threshold for the regional 365? That sounds very plausible. Yeah, I remember few folks stepped up for that back in the day. Back in the fucking day. Yeah, the original sub goal was only 100 people. But we got there. You might have been here for my first Twitch stream ever. Yeah, maybe. The first few ones I did, I was getting like 20 to 40 people. And when I got 40 people, I was like, okay, this is kind of real. Swamp. One thing I like about this league is if you just like watch the whole thing, like in Swords, might as well pump for an extra point of life here, huh? If you watch the whole league, you will see me activate Curse Scroll in just about every way possible. If you want a mini clinic on Curse Scroll activations. Like that self-damage they're taking from City of Brass. You bought an entire Premodern pool back in 2020? Nice. That was excellent timing. Crazy how I guess correctly with Curse Stroll every time, right? I'm just a lucky guy. You're loving these ugly rock fights after everyone's resources are exhausted, right? Definitely an older style of Magic the Gathering. Quad Dystopia is such a good sideboard. For some reason, I only own a couple of those in paper. Feels wrong, huh? Now the question is, do I want to bring in this Tormod's Crypt? I think I do. I think you're getting enough value. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. What did I cut last time for all these dystopias? The body on Graveborn Muse isn't super impressive. It's also using life as a resource. Oh, I think I trimmed back on therapies and duresses. That makes sense to me. Since we're facing madness. Maybe maybe Ravenous Rat's not where it's at. I do like draining their hand, though. Makes cards like Withered Wretch a lot. Or not Withered Wretch. Makes cards like Wild Mongrel a little bit less scary if they're hellbent. Any deck suggestions or personal favorite recommendations for someone who's never played the format before? You can't really go wrong. If there's a style of deck that appeals to you, it's like probably viable. Goblins and Sly are both great starter decks. If you've played Elves in Legacy, Elves are great in this format too. I don't actually recommend Madness because I think it sucks, but that's just me. I'm playing Mono Black. Mono Black's solid. Blue-White Control is solid. Oath's super solid. I don't think like 4-color Survival is a very good starter deck. I wouldn't do that. Black-White Control is kind of poopy right now. Stifle Knot's been good for a bit. If you enjoy casting Gush a lot, just make it a 12/12. Enchantress is good if you like smothering your opponents with a pillow until the air slowly leaves their body. I think if I was going to play a tournament tomorrow, I would play Red-Green. We played it yesterday, and I really enjoyed its style of gameplay. I think it's playing a lot of really good cards. I'd probably retool it slightly. Play another league or two with it first. But I really enjoy this deck. I think it's a little bit better than Mono Red. A little bit more powerful. Get a little bit more meat. Call the Herd is just an excellent, excellent card. Gotta be a mall, right? Gotta be a keep, right? How viable is Tron? So the reason that I said Black-White Control is bad right now is because there's a lot of top decks like really hurting on your mana base with like Parallax Tide. And Black-White Control isn't amazing against that. Tron is also not amazing against that. So Tron is... Blue-White Tron in particular is like my baby. Like I put up a top 8 finish with it, and then some other people started playing it. But this is probably the worst environment for it that you could come up with. Not having good ways to tutor the Tron lands doesn't really matter. For one, that's not necessarily true. Like, if you wanted to play green Tron, you could certainly do so. But for two, the style of deck is evoking the old blue-white control deck from back in the day. From old-ass Modern. Or maybe it was Extended, I don't remember. One of those two. So you basically just play blue-white control, and then at a certain point, you've got all the mana in the universe, and all of a sudden your strokes and decrees and stuff are way better than whatever it is that your opponent's doing. It's not really an issue that you're not playing, like, exploration map or whatever. It's like an inevitability thing. Could probably get a cheeky little attack in. I'm just going to Dystopian pass. If they did, like, somehow decide that they wanted to block because they had a card they wanted to discard anyway, and then you time walk yourself off the Dystopia, don't love it. People played it in Modern, but you don't think it was ever any good in Modern. What about that GP that LSV top 8'd? Was that with Blue Eyed Tron? Was that Modern or Extended? I'm pretty sure that was Modern. Mono Blue Tron was standard Flexgons. Modern had a long-running Mono Blue Tron deck. Did it? Oh, okay. From like not from like some ancient fucking former decade or anything. You're just talking about the like piece of crap deck that people insisted on playing every once in a while. And like sometimes they'd play Chalice or whatever. Yeah. That was up till recently. You'd still see lists posted like as recently as the last couple of years. Yeah, they'd always run Condescend for some reason. Armageddon, How do I feel about Armageddon? I think I'm gonna snag that. Legacy Blue Post is the new Bluetron. Yeah. I don't understand how anyone wins a game with that deck. And I've won games with that deck. You know what? I think I'll pay the life. God, all these gemstone mines are fucking dying. You like Nantuku over skittering? Yeah, I don't like skittering much at all. I think I would have to have like very few creatures in my deck before I was playing that one. Shade's awkward, but at least it's like something to do with your dark rituals at a certain point. Yeah, serving with the worm would be really awkward because I would just take it and then attack them back with the shade. They would have to chump the shade with the elephant token, and then they'd have to sack the worm token, right? Wouldn't really get them anywhere. Masticore? Yeah, I was playing a one of Masticore in my list. But that again, that deck was like based around Phyrexian Arena. Cool. We've notched yet another 4-1. We've had so many 4-1s. No trophies. Only one Scrub-a-Dub. Everything else has been 4-1s. Probably to be expected as new people join, new people figure out the format. So, something I was discussing, I've literally never played goblins in Premodern. I've played them in Standard, I've played them in Extended, I've played them in fucking Legacy. I've not played the Premodern build. So I think I'm gonna snag it. It makes sense if people are just like learning the format. Give them something a little stock. Give them a staple to look at. I guess that mono black deck was pretty stock these days too. That list I was using, pretty normal stuff. Excuse me. I really need to clean my room. There's too much dust in here. We had the last week. The fucking our garbage just got like full of everything, so I haven't been able to like empty my my trash and stuff. It's all backing up. It's gross. I'm in the gross room right now. This has been too much information with Caleb DMTG. Anything that doesn't have Meddling Mage. Yeah, even the deck that I was just playing, it has Cabal Therapy, and Cabal Therapy can be like a skill testing card. It also has a shitload of training wheels for Cabal Therapy, right? Like you can play your Duress first, then play your Cabal Therapy. Or if you whiff on your Cabal Therapy and just sack your Ravenous Rats, totally fine, right? Who cares? I think that mono black deck, I think playing with Cabal Therapy like actively makes you better with Cabal Therapy. And playing with Meddling Mage does not necessarily. If that makes sense. So I'm agreeing with you in my own weird way. Boomer Goblins means bidding. It does not. We are looking to play playable goblins. You don't have to play terrible cards just because you remember them from whatever, like a billion years ago. This card won a game once. Cool story, Grandpa. Hell yeah, it will. Glad you had a good time with Sabaton. I saw Sabaton over the summer. They were opening for Judas Priest, and I made the mistake of seeing them after I had gone to a Fogo de Chao, which is a Brazilian steakhouse, where they come out with swords and you just like eat until you're fucking blue in the face and you're sweating and you literally can't eat anymore. So he showed up to Sabaton, and I was just like sitting, I was just like in my seat with the fucking meat sweats, with the itis like, you ready to rock? No, I'm not. Just... Goblin Goon. Goblin Goon seems good against blue decks. I'm not high on the card in general. Do I have a new Mana Traders code? I do. Give me a sec here. I always thought Siege Gang Commander was like kind of an underrated card in just like actual mid-range decks, like an underrated finisher. Like I was saying, I was playing in Machine Head. I think it's solid. Oh, I meant to upgrade the sideboard naturalizes when I did the main deck one. Silly meme. Yeah, I got my Mana Traders code loading now. It's a little slow. I appreciate you using my fucking code. That always like helps me out a lot when folks do it. You just took down Oath Terrorvore with Ponza. Format's wild. That is wild. Yeah, the one I just posted is my code. I'll throw in the overlay too while I'm mucking with it. Yeah, it needs to be refreshed every month, which is not ideal for me, but oh well. Oh well. Yeah, our rules link is for our Thursday Blood on the Clock Tower games. Pretty stoked about the one we're going to play this upcoming Thursday. We're going to be using a more complicated script. So it's 6 p.m. before we go live with it. I'm going to go over the script. I'm going to learn the characters in real time with chat. We'll go over the rules really quickly so nobody's left behind. Yeah, it's been a really fun addition to the stream. Usually not high on social deduction games at all, but I really, really enjoy that one. I'm usually not high on foils. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Mighty Whizbit, thanks for the $5. Sharing those Bezo buckaroos. Alright, let's upgrade these fucking lands. You are just in time for goblins, Mean Bean. I'm upgrading the art, because I'm not gonna I'm not gonna play with these fucking cards, you know? These versions. Oh my god. Well, it doesn't matter. What am I high on? I'm high on Premodern. I'm high on Blood on the Clock Tower. Sharing these awesome things with my Twitch chat. If I ever tried Red Black Goblins, this is my first time I've played Goblins in Premodern. I have played Red Black Goblins in actual Modern and Legacy and all that stuff. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Mutant Turtle Hermit, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 4 months. I almost like some number of the red-green disenchant. I understand why we're playing naturalizes. Like, we have all these colorless lands with rich imports and wastelands and stuff. Naturalize is probably just better. The red-green one that can hit an artifact and an enchantment, Hull Breach, I was really enjoying in red-green aggro the other day. There were several times where I got to pop multiple things, particularly against, like, the mono-green Terravor Oath deck. Because you'll hit it like a Sylvan Library and a Mox, or an Oath and a lock piece, you know? It was just coming up pretty consistently. Don't forget the forest and the wooded foothills. I'm fine with those wooded foothills, I think. I think I'm going to leave the sideboard naturalized junkie. So we'll know when we drew a sideboarded one versus the main deck one. But you're right about the forest. Do I mind talking about the 4v2 Rishit Import split? Sure. So while this is not my list, a reason to favor Rishit Import over Wasteland is if you want to inhibit the opponent's mana base while also not losing access to your own. Because when you sack a Wasteland, you then lose that land, right? So in a lot of decks, you would rather play the more mana-efficient card. If you're playing a more aggressive deck with a tight curve, you would rather play the more mana-efficient card because you just want to like use your land drop to do the thing. But this is a deck that has an extremely high top-end curve where you're playing ringleaders into cards, where you're playing siege gangs and activating them on the same turn, that sort of thing. And because we have that high of a curve, we want to be able to disrupt the opponent in the early turns without losing access to those lands. Is the logic, is the reasoning. They would certainly be better if we had some Aether Vials in here, but what are you going to do? Oh, that's right. I left the new City Morass in. Good call. Good call. Thanks for looking out, chat. All right, I'm cool with all this. This is indeed a tier 1 deck. It would become a tier 3 deck if I added Patriarch Spitting, but some people do that. Naturalize is much better than Patriarch Spitting in this format. Trust me. Fucking trust me. Your opponent goes turn 2 Oath of Druids. You're like staring at a 5-mana black sorcery in your hand, like, They like make a fucking 12/12 Dreadnought on turn 2. You're like staring at a Patriarch Spitting like it's gonna do something. All right, got this puppy in the overlay. We can jam. We can jam a league. Yeah, so I have a lot of experience playing goblins. Only in other formats, though. This is my first time playing it in Premodern. Complete net deck. Pretty stock list here. You like Living Death in the sideboard? You like Living Death over bidding? That's interesting. I mean, it makes sense. Makes sense to me. And then it's reasonable against decks with sweepers, too. None of the +1 lords. What +1 lords are there? Just Goblin King, right? Did I make the Premodern Survival of the Fittest deck? I've played Survival of the Fittest in a few random tournaments. I haven't streamed it. We do have a 1 of Sharpshooter, yep. Getting more snow tonight. I hope there's enough snow that I don't feel silly pulling out my snowblower. Much more fun than shoveling. Can I tell you about the time I got Survival Banned? Well, I certainly kickstarted that, gave it its first premiere finish. Once on a Mold 5. That's got to help, Mold 5 staring down a turn 1 lackey. Exactly where you do not want to be. Boo. Well, looks like we're going to have to play Magic. What a bummer, Yeah, going into that event, going into GP Columbus. Oh, hey, Jay Stampy, thanks for the sub. Thanks for sharing that Prime, the 2 months there. Appreciate you. Going into that event, people had talked about the combination between Survival of the Fittest and Vengevine. Like, LSV had talked about it on Channel Fireball. Like, it was a known combination of cards, right? But people hadn't, like, put in the time to test it. They were like... It was from the perspective of, like, is this even good? Who knows? Oh, they're scooping to the port here. Yeah, I would have played out Lackey and ported Ancient Tomb, I think. I don't really know what they're doing. Like, all we've seen is Ancient Tomb, Swords, Planes, right? That could be a Pyrokinesis deck. It could also be a Naturalized deck. I'm a little hesitant to overboard here. You think it's Replenish? Well, that would be a Tormund script deck. Port does ping someone with City of Brass, yeah. Some kind of stacks. Yeah, there's a lot, right? Anyway, so at the time I was living, right before GP Columbus, I was living kind of near, I was having a rough time finding work in the Chicago area. And, the days where I went off and played Magic were days that I was actually, like, earning something back, like, just grinding. Not very much, but at least, like, I was, like, covering my food and stuff for the days and stuff. So I started playing more and more Magic and sending out fewer and fewer job applications. And I think Grand Prix Columbus was going to be, like, my last hurrah. Like, if I did poorly at it, I'd be like, okay, well, I just have to sell all my cards and give this up. So I put some serious time into it. I had it, like, a couple weeks before the GP. And I was just jamming on Magic Workstation, you could jam games against yourself if you had a premium subscription. If you had a subscription code or whatever, and you could like test matchups just by yourself. And so I was just like playing different versions of Survival against each other to find out which one was the best in the mirror, because I thought other people were gonna like figure out that Survival was busted and bring it themselves. If y'all couldn't tell, I've decided to not sideboard because I didn't think we got enough info here. So I'm just gonna let this ride. Anyway, so I had a bunch of different builds. I had black builds. I had green-white builds, and then the blue-green build that I brought to the tournament. I had all tested and jammed it into each other and jammed them against other decks that I expected in the format and stuff. And just put like a ton of time into testing. I did not try out 3-color combinations because I couldn't afford a 3-color mana base in Legacy. I had like one set of duels, and I could trade those into another set of duels and then play like a given 2-color deck, right? But I didn't have the funds to play to get Savannahs and try out like Enlightened Tutor in my blue-green build, for example, to like have the survivals more often. Which is good, because that like cut down on the time. It like focused me. And then I was very proud when like I do well with Survival. Other people started like expanding on it, coming up with different builds of their own. I was super wrong about the tournament. Like only a few other people brought Survival, and they mostly crashed and burned out. There were people that took like old school survival lists and just put like a couple of Vengevines in because they hadn't played the games to realize that if you immediately start by discarding a Basking Root Wall or a Vengevine, that's just an extra 4/3 in play. Like if you have to discard a Squee to go get your Vengevine, congratulations, you have one less 4/3. Like your opponent is 1 4/3 ahead in the game because you put this Squee in your deck. And it took some people a bit to realize that was incorrect. Yeah, so I kind of got to just like play in a tournament that was just behind, I'm gonna lead off with Wasteland here. That makes sense to me. Opponent mold on the play. Anyway, I was saying a reason that I was proud. After the tournament, months later, after people had been like developing their own versions and stuff, figuring out that like the green-white build was better against creature type decks, but worse in the mirror and against other, stuff like that. Worse against combo because you never have a Force of Will. Chapin actually did an article. I'm pretty sure it was Chapin that like compared the different builds, and he had enough data to like have their win rates against each other. And the fucking testing that I'd done before GP Columbus, where I settled on Blue-Green Madness because I thought it was the best in the expected metagame, that was totally not the meta that I showed up that was there when I showed up. It is fucking chat's so smart. Anyway, the numbers had like vindicated my my findings, which is very satisfying. Slow them down a little bit here. Oh yeah, that was a really good time to play Belcher for sure, Mighty Wizbit. Yeah, there was a low blue count for Force of Will. Part of the idea was that Survival could find you blue cards. I was played against Belcher once in the losers bracket of a 5K. My round 1 opponent had main deck extirpated my Vengevines, and I'm like, okay, well, great. This is a normal thing to happen. In the losers bracket, my opponent was like, he knew the person sitting next to him, and his opponent had made a stupid joke like, what deck are you on? And the guy's like, I'm not going to tell you what's in my deck. I'm not doing that. And this guy starts adding on to the teasing with his friend, right? And he's like, "You gotta have faith in your deck, bro. See, look at this." And he fans his Belcher deck in front of me. And I'm like, that's like really important information. Why why would you do this? Why would anyone? Anyway, okay. So I mull for Force of Will, and I go to 5 on the play, and I have the Force of Will, but I don't have a blue card. But I've got Noble Hierarch, and I can turn 2 Survival for a blue card. And I'm like, this is as good as it's gonna get. Like, it beats going to 4, right? And I keep my hand, and my opponent land grants turn 1 and shows that they can make like 16 goblins or something. But if the Burning Wish gets Force of Willed, then they do nothing and they lose. And my opponent at this point has realized that maybe he shouldn't have flashed me his deck because he saw me like aggressively mulliganing and stuff. And he's like just a little. He's like, and of course you've got the Force of Will. And I just smile and flash him the Force of Will in my hand, and he doesn't go for it. Which gives me time to untap and develop and slowly win the game. But just the darndest situation. Like, just a wild series of maneuvers from my opponent there. First showing me the deck, and then... Main deck extirpate was never okay. Correct, Matt Man. It was one of those like, okay, you win. Good luck. Good luck in the rest of your event. With the assist from the friends, yeah. Why did the opponent concede there? I don't know. I think they frantic surged a bunch and didn't find anything good. I wasn't really paying attention to what they were doing. I was lost in reverie, over answering that question about survival from 1992. What year was this? That would have been, I think, late 2011. It could have been, or I'm sorry, early 2011. It was either late 2010 or early 2011. $2012. I'm pretty sure survival was banned by 2012. Is it legal to show their hand and ask if I have Force of Will? Very legal. You can ask your opponent anything, so long as it's not like bad manners, right? So long as you're not like insulting them or something. And your opponent can lie. They can't lie about the game state. They can't misrepresent the game state. But they can be like, yeah, I totally have a Force of Will. It's the Capybara fanboy. Phenomenal. Surprising swimmers, the Capybara. They look like kind of like frumpy dogs in real life. And they're like pudging around. And then you see them in the water. You see a video of them swimming in the water, and they're these like elegant, majestic creatures. Well, these war chiefs don't feel particularly safe. Maybe got a therapy in the bin. You can only ask if your opponent would like to scoop twice. More than that is BM. Right. Yeah, you can't BM people with questions, for sure. Uh-oh. Oh, they don't know about the matron, though. So this goes and gets Incinerator. That's wild offhand. Man, I want to wasteland them, but I also want to, like, get a war chief hit in. Get him with my goblin sledder here. I think their curve is relatively tight, right? I don't think wastelanding does too much. I guess hitting the gemstone mine could cost them life, but not more life than just hitting them with an extra war chief. Here they go. Looks like we're gonna see this deck pop off. So if they don't have a reanimation effect in their hand, then they do need to Krosan Reclamation on upkeep. Which makes me feel very silly for not wastelanding, huh? The more you watch me play Premodern, the more you wish it was a competitive format. I mean, there's tournaments. There's tournaments around the world. You mean just like a Pro Tour format? Okay, they had a land anyway. Oh, there's self-therapying for the sutured ghoul. Sure. And then they reanimate the sutured ghoul. Then gets back Dragon Breach. What's the wording on Dragon Breach? Is it casting cost? Mana value 6 a great arrow. Okay. And they'll have a 54 haste trample. Huh. Okay. I see you. Yeah, so they ended up with an extra mana anyway, so if I'd wastelanded, they still would have been fine. I feel a little bit better. So their backup plan is just making it 12-12. I'm actually going to play the naturalizes. And then, I don't know, I'm going to cut all this down, cut a sharpshooter. Naturalize with the Dragon Breath? I don't think so. If you kill the haste thing, you'd like need to be able to untap and then kill them. So it would not have helped me at all that last game, right? Was their deck empty? Krosan shuffles 2 cards into their library. So they can draw for turn, reanimate their thing. You naturalize the haste thing, then they draw for the next turn and kill you. Usually you're going to be therapy the turn they're winning. Sure. I think I'm going to shave a war chief. I'm going to mulligan this hand because it has no pressure, and they're just going to, like, turn one Dreadnought me, and I'm going to feel so silly. Okay, I guess we keep this one. Very slow hand here. Opponent happy to see no removal spells for their turn 2 Hermit. No Tormod's Crypts or anything. Ah. But I still don't have like a Mog Fanatic or anything. Shallow Grave giving the Hermit haste is pretty real too. I just have another one. Matron. I'm getting Hydroblasted. Fuck. Yeah. Seems good. I thought about Pyroblast. It's hard to board in like a billion cards. And still have like a deck doing things. Yeah, I don't know if there's a sequence of draws now. Tormod's Crypt off the top? Okay. In this matchup, you have to mold a Crypt. I don't think that's true. Like, there's a lot of ways of just, like, straight up killing the Hermit Druid in here. I also think you probably want some kind of pressure in all of your matchups. Yeah, I worry about mulling to Oblivion to find a Tormod's Crypt, and then they just, like, play a Dreadnought on turn 2. Because they're also playing the Stifle Dreadnought plan. Is there a clear best deck in Premodern? There is not. For a bit, people thought it was Stifle Knot. The format's adapted a bit. Man. Yeah, so I know having turn 1 Lackey on the play is like what people want with this deck, but I don't think this is a good hand. I would keep this hand if we had like a Wasteland and a Rishadan port among the 5 lands, but we don't. I'm going to send this back. Much better. I'm gonna keep this in a bin of pile driver. And then if the opponent's got a blocker for Lackey, at least we can maybe get that out of the way. Yeah, Lackey never connects. I don't know. I don't know why I'm like talking about like, well, if and when Lackey connect. Yeah, it's not happening. That's not what this card's doing. I'm gonna go ahead and fetch another mountain. There's a chance we draw naturalize and then don't have a source. There's also a chance that I draw another one drop next turn and want to run them both out, Oh, I just noticed I don't have any Ancient Tombs in here. I kind of like a 1 or 2 of Ancient Tomb. Not in this matchup, of course. Just cycling to hit land drops. The way we grind through this Lavamancer is to play this Ringleader and have that chain into more Ringleaders and Siege Gangs and stuff. Why not City over Tomb? Because you want to play long, extended games of Magic. So you want to play the Ringleader early, and then you want to play Siege Gang after that, and you want to still have your mana around to keep on playing Ringleaders and Matrons and Siege Gangs and stuff. One of the strengths that Goblins has is that it just has this continuous... Maybe I should be playing the Sharpshooter here, actually. Force them to answer it, and then if I draw another land, I can go War Driver plus Pile Driver. I think that's better. Or Reckless Charging, nice. Yeah, I thought about Reckless Charge in red-green. Letting me untap with War Chief is sick, though. Love that for me. So if I attack with the Sharpshooter, I do get another 3 damage in. I think it's still worth to leave the Sharpshooter up. Prevents them from going like land, ball, lightning. I don't know if you can fit Reckless Charges and Ball Lightnings into the same deck. Yeah, I was gonna say, opponent should 100% kill that war chief. Whether they know I have a ringleader in my hand or not, right? It's a scary card. I think we just tutor up another war chief, maybe. Incinerator is a little tempting. I think war chief reps enough damage that the opponent has to use more burn on many things, which is kind of what you want, right? You don't want them straight murking you. They're like Lackey, and they do have a Lava Dart in their bin. Going to 2 lives. 2 lives. The lightning bolt on me was interesting because I could have hypothetically repped lethal, and then maybe they would be sad that they didn't have bolt anymore. I kind of want a 1-of Zurin Orb in the board. I think I'm going to put a 1-of Zurin Orb in like all my sideboards. So burn decks have targets for naturalize. In particular, Cursed Scroll, which is kind of good against us. I really want to cut these City of Brass, but I think cutting like Sharpshooter or something's probably better. If I was the opponent, I would not have Sulfuric Vortex in this matchup. You think Vortex is one of their best cards in the matchup? Interesting. Yeah, I would not leave that card in a red mirror. I could see Earthquake being great, but I think Grim Lavamancer is likely much better. Much, much better than Vortex. Oh shit, what up? Hey Zazzy, thanks for the sob, thanks for the 2 months there. Interesting line. Yeah, they just attack with the Jackal Pup and they get to trade. I wasn't about to let it hit me for free. Seems like they might be new to the format anyway. Yeah, just sorcery speeding the Seal of Fire there. A little sad to watch. I'm gonna go grab a pile driver so we can double spell next turn. I gotta say, if I could choose for an opponent to play a card, I would absolutely choose for them to play a Sulfuric Vortex here. They didn't sack the Seal to prevent the haste here. Just fine, I guess, if you want to kill the pile driver. Liz taking it. Sacking Seal going face. Huh. I'll burn all the time. So if they sacked the Seal to kill the War Chief, it would have denied the pile driver from having haste, and then they can still untap and sack their Barbarian Ring to go face. They wouldn't have missed out on damage. They just would have taken 5 less damage themselves. Five plus 6 is 11. I like that. I think it puts them on 0 outs if we just like sack our board to deal them 6. Whereas if we tap out for these, then a sweeper could potentially buy them time. And of course, you could play the Matron there too, but no need to belabor the point. Rejuvenation Chamber is usually what you see in sideboards. Rejuvenation Chamber. What's that fucking card? Did I misspell Rejuvenation? Three mana artifact, fading 2, taps to gain 2 life. So it's 3 mana, gain 6 life. That sounds worse than Zurin Orb to me. In just about any deck. You were looking at World War Hulk from previews today. Oh, is that a card that got spoiled? I liked that film, the animated World War Hulk. I liked it more than my friends did. I hadn't actually read it, and my buddy that read it was really mad. And he was like, "He doesn't even rip the world in half. What the shit is this?" And meanwhile, I'm watching it. I'm like, "Yeah, child incinerations. Let's go." That's my kind of Marvel movie right there. I liked that it was a little darker. Sun Droplet is not a legal card. Man, the art is just like depressing to me. It's like not bad art, but I kind of just want to look at Lorwyn spoilers. Alright, World War Hulk, 5 mana, the next red or green creature spell you cast this turn can be cast without paying its mana cost. Like, I would almost rather just like see a blank card at this point. I could imagine something. Put 3/1/1 counters on target creature you control. Choose target creature you control until end of turn, double its power and toughness against trample. Sure. There might be matchups where you can keep a terrible hand like this, but I don't know what they are, and I certainly wouldn't go for it in the dark. Maybe the mirror, huh? Because you can cycle Incinerator to kill their their turn 1 lackey, or maybe elves, because then the sharpshooter can do the thing. Is this it? Is this the time when the turn 1 lackey will connect? Ooh, Island's a good sign. Porton's a good sign. What do we want to grab? Possible I'm supposed to put Pile Driver into play. I'm just going to port them and assume that I get to connect again next turn. Put in the Siege Gang. It looks like my opponent is operating under the same assumption. Prospector loses a little bit of value without Sharpshooter in. Am I a big Midnight fan? I'd say I'm a medium Midnight fan. I like Midnight fine. They could be target. They could be a lot of things. But if I'm willing to main deck naturalize, I'm certainly willing to board in another couple. When my opponent goes Island Ponder, concede. Hell, if they're target, they probably boarded in Engineered Plagues, right? My knowledge of goblins is like really colored by this standard format, this like extended format. And my buddy beating into my head that you just like always want pressure. I think this hand might be worse than the last one because we don't even have matron. We did our due diligence though. We took them all looking for lackey. That's all right. I'm a big fan of Dance with the Dead, J-Dub. You'd probably enjoy Gunship. Here's one by them. Looking like Tog. The lackey's threatening, but it's like kind of the worst if you play lackey. You spend your turn doing that and then just play plague here. And the Tinker baits out a smother. That's totally fine too, huh? I did see that Abby Doobie. I've literally seen them tour together before. And they're coming by Madison again. Pretty excited about that. That was maybe incorrect. Since I didn't have anything that was immediately impacted. And Pile Driver plus Tinker, some pressure. Ideal Reb targets are Psychotog and Gush. Apparently I should have boarded in the Mass Disenchant, Four mana, draw 2 cards. We did not bring in Tranquil Domain. I was just saying that apparently I should have. We do have quad naturalize. Making sure I don't get like circular logic there. What has been? I guess I could have played around circular logic here by like upkeep tapping an island, and then if they don't play a land, untap, tapping on land on my turn, and then naturalizing. One plague down. Oh yeah, they already have a discard outlet, huh, with the zombie infestation. Fair enough. Don't have to hardcast. Could play a 5-mana 1/1. I think I'm just supposed to tutor up Ringleader. I don't think I'm supposed to pay life to port here. Oh shit, what up? Hey Zen Shadow, thanks for the sub, thanks for 40 months. Can't attack. They're likely to make a 2/2 here, whether we attack or not. Don't want to get too cute with the splits. Because cards are zombie infestation fodder. Now's when we miss damage stacking, huh? Fnatic trading with a zombie token 1-for-1. Nice. Didn't make a zombie EOT. Means my City of Brass is still turned on. Then Fnatic's gonna sack to clear, and then we'll take 2, go to 3. 3, of course, not being very many lives at all. How about this one? You know what? I think they got it. Still like cutting sharpshooters, still like cutting incinerators. I think this is a pretty good mix. Maybe I'm supposed to have 2 naturalized, 3 tranquil domain. I definitely don't want all 4 of them. I don't want Tinker in either. Yeah. Right? I don't want 7 disenchant effects. That'd be crazy. That's a saucy looking opening. Opponent did show some 1-mana removal, like Vendetta, but they also have Hydroblasts and Blue Elemental Blasts and stuff post board. So the odds of the Lackey connecting are pretty much 0 post board. I remember in Standard, Pile Driver attacking through Psychic Tog was extremely tilting for some Tog players. Why does it have Pro Blue? Why? Yeah, Goblin King is legal. If you play black, there's the black enchantment that like makes all your goblins zombies or whatever. You can play that. Where's the Cavern of Souls? Do you need one? Oh shit, that resolved. Probably is killing something then. Makes sense. Could Matron plus Port. I'm just gonna slam. If they counter, that means they're not foffing. That sort of thing. Blue-green madness got you into competitive magic? Hell yeah. Yeah, I had some friends that played madness like casually. And people talked about it. I was like this nutty deck and stuff. I didn't really know much about competitive Magic until I watched the Worlds That Daniels Inc. one. That was like the first time. I think David Humphreys top 8'd that one with Madness. What are the 2 cards ever printed with protection from goblins? I've played some fucking Tivadar of Thorn. I don't think that's the card you're talking about. Early days of Legacy, goblins were kind of overplayed here in the States. And I played a lot of Death and Taxes. And let me tell you, Aether Vial on 3, Tivadar of Thorn, Caracas rebuying your Tivadar of Thorn every turn. That was a good time. What was that? 1 Komoda? Oh, Tivadar of Thorn did not have protection from goblins. His pro red. A little better. Bangara plus Caracas, right? That was some good wholesome Magic. Is there a food chain pre-modern deck? I don't think so. I think people have tried, tried chains. You do have the 3 mana 1/1 that tutors up a 6-drop or whatever. Methodical. Okay. So it's kind of like the criticism that people levy against Nassif sometimes. Some players being more methodical than others. Yeah, I've seen people brew around Fierce Empath and Food Chain, but I haven't seen a real deck. We've just been nauseated. Well, at least I'm not getting plagued. You might have actually slowed him down, 1 Komodo. Now he's thinking, like, why would my opponent ask that question? Am I giving up anything telling? Apparently, he's the member of Wizards R&D that plays, like, the actual most Magic. Opponent's probably stoked that I'm just double fanaticking here. I'm going to 6. Opponent going to 5. How does Premodern not have a dominant deck? When the format it's for life stagnated? I think the answer is that the format is not stagnated, his Starlead. You are presupposing an answer, and that's like you're creating your own like logical contradictions. There's a lot of innovation in this format. It's a really good format. The sideboard potential of cards in Premodern. You see the Pyroblast in my hand. If there's a mono blue deck that's the best deck, then people play more Pyroblasts, and the mono blue deck gets hurt and becomes not the best deck anymore. And then the best deck is whatever deck preys on the decks that are playing all these Pyroblasts, right? There's a cyclical nature of a good competitive format that you see take place in Premodern. Part of that's just like having really strong cards. Part of that's having banning the correct cards so that you don't have to keep on banning cycle after cycle. If the format ever does become solved, when the community speaks up and something's done about it. Very few cards on the ban list, but the ones that are there are pretty important. People forget how the game is played with strong answers and weak threats, right? Get to hit them down to 1. Very cool. I'm having a good time. This does very much remind me of playing this deck in like standard and like really old legacy and such. It is certainly that blend of goblins. I dig the naturalized splash. Makes a lot of sense to me. I am gonna play the last match, but I'm gonna take a bathroom break first. I need to go to the bathroom, get some water. Maybe pour myself a glass of scotch, huh? There's all kinds of things I could be doing right now. I'm going to jam a ad break while I'm gone. That'll turn off ads for the next hour, so they won't be interrupting our final round. And then we'll figure out what deck to play next. Second league of the day. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a nice whiskey. That's what I'm looking for. Well, that's a very nice one. The Islay Barley Bruce Ladich 2013. Old Scotch and even older cards, huh? Masticore tonight? Maybe. You can play Masticore in just about anything you want. Could throw it in here if I wanted to. The tech for the Goblin's Mirror. Doomsday is only 5 cards. It takes less than 5 minutes. I assume it takes longer than that on Magic Online. The Doomsday win is indeed intricate. It's not the same as just playing a Thassa's Oracle. Like, don't they use, like, Midnight Charm or something as the win? 1 mana, deal your opponent 1 damage, gain 1 life. Has someone done well with Doomsday? Man, we got some wild decks in here. Someone was telling me the World Gorger is banned. Oh, it's just, is it Turtle Splash? Sure. Because the combo is similar. What are people sneaking in? Dragon Tyrant. So by itself, Dragon Tyrant does 12 plus whatever red you put into it. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I don't know about all that. How the games tonight? I think the games have been really good, JC Foxpox, but I'm biased. It is my stream, and I've been having a good time. As format's sick. Opponent's mulling to 5 over there. I think we did a 4-1 with mono black. Now we're jamming Gabos. So there's something to killing the Llanowar Elves. There's something to saving Mog Fanatic for Priest of Titanium. I'm gonna chill. It might be super wrong. If they just go like survival plus activate, you feel really silly. Tron is around. It's not especially good right now, but it's around. Playing around the Flash 2/2 here. Could kill Llanowar Elves and then get in. Opponent's probably like, what the fuck's going on? And then we're actually going to activate again on their upkeep. Still playing around Collar the Claw. Ah. So you definitely don't want to kill the Collar of the Cloud with the triggers on the stack. But I would like to point out that there are plenty of Goblins players that would have face planted into this Collar and given the opponent a way back into the game very early on. Lost their War Chief, that sort of thing. And now we just get to kill everything, right? And Sharpshooter kills here, and then we ping the Collar, sack Fanatic, untap Sharpshooter twice, and that kills the Bear token too. And we can play all other things. Yeah, probably the most passive-ass fucking Goblins play imaginable there, huh? All right, Pile Driver, War Chief, your turn. Your go. The upkeep kill? Yeah, spreading it out, right? Hey, thanks for the sub, Mr. UC. Appreciate you. You're getting into Premodern with Elves and Tog. Excited to see me stream some gameplay. Hell yeah. You would have deemed it unlikely for game one. Unlikely to be a holding, because they typically only main deck one, and then sometimes they board in more. But it's a pretty normal one to have. I've been thinking about playing a version of Elves. So, like, sometimes people play Goblin Bombardment and Elves as just as, like, answers to random things, ways to win the mirror, that sort of deal. I've thought about playing a version that main decks Bombardment and then also displays, like, Quad Collar the Claw. It's, like, some obnoxious number. Because those cards are very good together. This matchup is one of the better matchups for Goblins, for sure. According to folks that play the format. Wall Blossom's nice. Opponent's got the sideboard tech. So the issue with pyrokinesing the wall and hitting with Lackey is that a Lackey hit doesn't win. It just plays a Goblin War Chief for free, and who cares? I'm just going to pass here. Oh, actually, hold on. I kind of like getting the wall and the Fintorn. That seems worth to me. Alright. I'd like to stop drawing lands now, please. I do remember last turn when we board wiped them. And it might have been super wrong. I was maybe just supposed to let them, like, leave the ball of blossoms out there. For when we could have 4-for-1'd. Or 4-for-2'd. What we need is a sharpshooter. We have the war chief to give the sharpshooter haste. That's pretty good. It's pretty important. Quad green. What are we doing with quad green? Oh, 5 green. Less interesting. All right, sharpshooter off the top. Fucking overpaid. I could be porting here. Very embarrassing. With the war chief in play. You can chump with Lackey here. You don't want to lose a war chief, though. The war chief is very important to going, like, matron into... We're just going to take the 4. Matron into sharpshooter is what we want. That's what we need. Simple rules. I play goblins. You subscribe. Happy holidays. Hey, happy holidays, Mulchy. Thanks for the sub. 21 months. Well, shit. Am I just dead? I think close enough. Yeah, I think I am just dead. My game started off so well. We just did not get there. Oh, matron next card. Yeah, 1 card deeper, because then the matron finds the... You get it, you get it. The sharpshooter, and the sharpshooter has haste and mows down their board. Pay Echo. Bouncing is a little bit better than Echo, I think. It's not really different damage-wise, except for the 1/1, right? Would you like to trade? No, it's not my fucking birthday. Is sharpshooter better than ringleader? Yeah, if you get ringleader, then there's a chance you don't get your sharpshooter. And I think you do need sharpshooter. actually. It's looking a bit slow. I don't think we can just play sharpshooter and pass, because they tutor for Masticore, and then they can play it and activate and clear the sharpshooter. We might actually be in a rough spot here. We're going to play port and then double port them, and hopefully that's useful. Should be attacking for my point of damage, I guess. They get all this nice survival value. Yeah, I think I might just be fucked here. No war chief for the sharpshooter. Very hard for goblins to lose to elves, but I may have managed. Kind of a bummer after that first game. Yeah, the time that I beat goblins with elves, I was playing Call of the Herd, and that was pretty solid. These wall blossoms were pretty solid too. Opponents on elves. Regular old elves. The combo with anger is that you have a mountain in play, and now your Priest of Titania has haste. Is the combo aspect. But regular survival plays anger too. Free haste is free, Yeah. Plenty of mana, plenty of things. GG. Well, we had a 3-2 that time. Opponent played well, had some nice curves. We had that flood in the second game, which was kind of unfortunate. What do we jam now? We did a league with Mono Black. We did a league with the Goblins. I have Tinker put together. I'm kind of meaning to play a game with this. I'm kind of down to play whatever, though. I also have another LED brew. Really enjoyed playing the blue-green version of this deck yesterday. Was kind of wondering if a version with Zombie Infestation and Gushes could be any good at all. Are Well-Wisher or Timberwatch good enough for Premodern Elves? Well-Wisher is fairly standard. Fling looks like a good drinking deck. Fling does kind of look like a good drinking deck. This deck, I think, is like more all-in than it looks, too. This is not your average Tog list that's playing like 10 counter spells and duresses and stuff. This list is an LED all-in. Let's play a round or two with this deck. Yeah, yesterday we went 4-1 with this version. Mostly just like spitting out 6/6s on early turns. Kind of want to see if this is any good. I guess I gotta get in the overlay. Tog doesn't run upheaval? No. This deck is not a stock Tog list. Please do not think. I know we just did like back-to-back net decks. This is more of a brew. But no, regular Tog doesn't play upheaval either. I export this correctly. All right, overly updated. There's some real decisions there, huh? I'm just gonna draw land. How about that? Hey, Blackfire, thanks for the 69 months. The tier 3 for 6 months in a row. Hey, we did draw land. So we decide how many 6/6s we want to grab and how many deep analyses we want to grab. Opponent's going Coastal Towers. They're almost certainly blue-white land still. I guess they could be the solution, like the Jeskai aggro control deck. I'll grab some cards. Typically, I'm just making 6/6s, but all right, we got a turn 2 6/6. You wonder why normal Tog doesn't play Upheaval? Because it costs like 1,000,000,000 mana. It costs like at least 9 mana, right? It shouldn't be that. Have you seen me play Upheaval in Cube? Like, I'm always playing it in decks that just have like all the mana in the universe. Will they ground seal me? Ground seal would be very good against me for sure. Two lines here. I can make a 3/3 or just double discard and make myself a 2/2. I think it's a little bit better to make the 2/2. Because then we can still untap and make a 3/3 on our next turn. And it's possible the opponent's got a sweeper, but they just don't want to jam it only a couple of things. They know that I'm going to be making a 2/2 every turn. Might as well let me build up a little bit. They might have a decree in hand that can slow me down a little bit. Oh, I wonder if I should have added Wonder in here. I thought about it. Maybe minus Sickening Dreams from the main deck, put Wonder in there, and then have the Sickening Dreams be a sideboard card. Oh shit, what up? Hey, look at Mocha, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 77 months there. In a vacuum, it's insane to you that discarding 2 cards to make a single 1/1 is good. See, my analysis in a vacuum is more like, would somebody turn this vacuum off? It's very loud in here and dark. I can't see anything. Why am I trapped in a vacuum? But that's just me. Yeah, there's something to playing quad deep analysis that's just oddly satisfying. One thing about the blue-green list is you did get to play Treetop Village. Like playing Gush, your mana base is pretty restricted. I wonder if they have any standstills rotting in hand. Standstill doesn't seem very good against zombie infestation, that's for sure. I wonder if they bring in disenchants against me. Hitting Mox Diamond's pretty reasonable. Well, we got him down to 7. I feel like Quiet Speculation's really good in this deck. It is really good in this deck, yeah. The reason I'm only playing 3 is because I was trying to make room for like everything else, right? Like the blue-green list that I played yesterday was all 4-ofs. But then this version was trying to make room for more things, essentially. The gushes, the tongs, all that bit. Possible that should be the Sickening Dream slot. Yeah, you want to play all of your flashback cards too, with your Quiet Speculation in your hand every turn deck. Maybe the Togs are bad. Maybe the Psychotogs themselves are just not very good. I like that they're another use of the Squee, but I could play fewer, right? I could play fewer Togs. Play like 1 or something. 1 Psychotog. Does Premodern have bans? It does. Yeah, stuff like Force of Will and Brainstorm. Stuff that would have like homogenized the format. It almost felt like they were thinking about swordsing a zombie token there. We're foffing around. Tempting to give him double swords verse, but oh yeah, this format's very different. People got away with playing like Mirari's Wake in that format, huh? Fancy art. Unless it's like not a playable card here. So they got their factory down, which is pretty good. Currently has Summoning Sickness, so they can't block tap to eat. They do have another Swords. Don't expect this one to resolve, but, you know, might as well. We wrathing? We are, okay. Alrighty. We're now at the stage of the game where if the opponent does find a decree, it could be like just like a game-winning one. Hey. Two zombies a turn. Why is Tinker not busted? What are you getting with Tinker? Follow through on your own question there. They got a third factory. So they eat two, trade with one, go down to one. I think we pass here. There's something to bending the roar and flashing it back immediately. I think that makes you a little vulnerable to wrath. Oh, nice. We just win. And now we can board in all of our control cards. I'm just gonna straight up cut Togs and Sickening Dreams. I'm gonna bring in Winter Orbs. We actually do have some anti-control cards, huh? And Engineered Plagues. The idea behind Plague is that you name Soldier, I guess. They can't block you. Maybe that's bad. Maybe a Tog is better than one of them. Do a 1-1 split. Tide? I don't think they're on Tide. Also, I don't think Seal is very good against Tide. Alright, I'll play the Seal. One Seal, one Engineered Playing. Look, I didn't say it was a very good deck. I didn't. Don't. Yeah, don't put words in my mouth. You got it. No, I've been Stone Rained. We wrapping. Damn. I was supposed to grab a swamp there. Grabbing the second island is good for Gush, but grabbing swamp is better if I drew infestation here or something. The Lion's Eye Diamond lets me pay for Mana Leak. I also wanted to try a version of this deck with Anger for Hasty Worms. Maybe some amount of reach. I don't know what the best reach cards are. Firebolt or something. But then you're looking at like a Rug mana base. The mountain sounds rough. Well, you'd play... I think you can get away with a solid number of them. That deck wouldn't be a Gush deck, you know. It would only be playing blue for Quiet Spec. And then you're playing Wooded Foothills. More Premodern, more Premodern. Yeah, yesterday people seemed like they were having a good time. I was also like having a goddamn blast because I love this format. And so I was like, what if I just stream Premodern tomorrow too? Why not? Getting a nice decree. No, we're getting Whispers of the Muse with buyback. All right, fair enough. Format kind of looks like the dream. It's pretty sick. How many people currently in the Premodern League? Yesterday we only had like less than 100 people. Today we're up to 200 some. That's really good. I guess I'm fine chilling for a little bit. What's my favorite Terravore deck? I don't know if I have one of those. I haven't played that card much because I don't own Mox Diamonds in real life. Crack your draw 3 with my draw 2. Come to LobsterCon, I can borrow yours. Gross. Used? You expect me to use used Mox Diamonds? You want Premodern to grow? You know, you could play any other format in the world. If that's your problem with Premodern, there's a handy solution. Literally anything else. I'm fine scooping here. Let's move on to the next game. It'll take them a while to kill me, but I don't think they're gonna have that much of an issue. So far, I haven't loved the gushes. I don't think it's worth playing all these fucking islands to play these gushes. Gush seems better if you're playing like a bunch of foils and stuff, right? If you're playing a bunch of counters. It does seem sweet with zombie infestation, though. Do people play Rising Waters? I don't think so. Is that a card or a deck? Lands don't untap during their controller's untap steps. I guess the concern is, like, why would you play that instead of Winter Orb, right? Well, FUD. Yeah, I'm supposed to chill on that one. Not loving my spot here. I guess I'll bin the extra. Is this gush gonna look good? Should I just get triple deep analysis? Just fucking 3 of them. No Roar of the Worms at all. Still no squeeze. Kind of hate that. Yeah, I think I'm going to chill on the Careful Study until I find Squeam. Kind of regret not making a 2-2 on their end of turn, huh? Got a nice clean 4 damage in. Alright, in we go. If they're sandbagging White Source, Wrath, then they're a master, I guess. Even like a single squee would have been really good this game. They get to eat 1, take 6, go to 8. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Sybil the Bunny, thanks for the 78 months. There's the Wrath. Right as predicted. The immediate spot where we went in. They got their 4th land. Yeah, very possible I got debated there. Hey. There's a real card. You think they just top decked? I mean, they could have. They also could have sandbagged it, right? We don't really know. Sandbagging so your opponent goes all in there, I think, is a solid move. A good buried alive for 3 squeeze. The issue with that is that's already a deck. That's already an existing deck. That doesn't really appeal to me. I think I'm fine just packing here. I think we're out of gas. I think they got plenty of gas. I kind of don't think this deck's as good as the blue-green one that we were playing yesterday. I do like the zombie infestations, but I don't actually like the gushes very much. I kind of want to figure out if I can fucking work in anger. I just realized that anger is a very common card in Magic the Gathering. So instead of you put quotes around it, it just gives you the card. Kind of feels like that's not the case at all. Filter by format? Yeah, okay. I'll just search by vintage. That'll narrow it down. How was Gruul in Premodern? Very good. If I was going to play a tournament tomorrow, I'd play Gruul. The first option is Anger, but it's not the version that I want. You'll notice that my deck here is full of these nice old border Angers. Shouldn't it be sorting by mana value? Why do I have all these 1-drops in here still? Why is it still showing 1s? I've literally never had this issue with the search before. Hey, we still have 3-drops in here for some reason, but at least it's creatures. Yeah, might not be able to play factories. I might lose some of what was good about this deck. Firestorm on the sideboard. Yeah, maybe. Don't hate that idea. Yeah, I might not be able to play all the Ancient Tombs and Mishra's Factories that I want now. Do I need 2 forests? Or can I get away with just 1? Is a real question. We're adding 5 lands. Sometimes the Ancient Tomb life loss adds up pretty quickly with deep analysis. Yeah, it's not about the number of green sources, it's about the number of fetchables. Like if I ever have to bin a forest to LED, that sort of thing. Will that brick my wooded foothills? Also, you don't want 4 wooded foothills with only 2 fetchables. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I almost wonder if 3 is too low. It might be. Is there a way I play 2 mountains? I don't think so. Is there another way to tutor anger? Or tutor a mountain for anger? Like a rampant growth with flashback from the graveyard. Intuition. Intuition's an idea. So you would get like anger, mountain. No, they would just put it in the graveyard. Yeah. Entomb. Entomb tutors things to the graveyard. I'm not worried about tutoring for the anger. I'm worried about having the mountain consistently. Like 5 mountains with the 4 wooded foothills and a mountain is maybe not good enough. Survival's very legal. Yep. Also a very different deck. Land grant only gets forests. Otherwise, that'd be a cool idea. Tusker? Tusker's not crazy. It's expensive. It's not crazy. The survival decks, I'll play the 3-mana 2/2 with Echo. Then there's like tutors land. I kind of want the Roar of the Worms to be like hasty, like fucking immediately though. I wonder if I can just get away with more mountains, more red cards in here. Can I replace Wild Mongrel with a red card or a Careful Study? I mean, I'm cutting the squeeze. Maybe the Careful Studies just suck. What red cards do you put in here? Do you just play like bolts? Just like +4 bolt? +4 bolt, +4 anger? And then play like 3 mountains? Fiery Temper. Fiery Temper is castable off of LED and not the rest of the deck, right? With those cuts, does that mean that I've got more blue sources than I need? If there's only 2 blue cards in the deck? I don't know, you got 10 plus the 4 Mox Diamond. LED and Mongrel. Yeah, well, they're both doing the same thing, right? Like they both say. Discard my hand for free on them. It'd be like saying, Wild Mongrel and Aquamoeba in the same deck? You won't have cards to discard. It's like, well. I kind of dig Bolt. I kind of dig it, kind of hate it. If only it had flashback, There's the flashbacked one. Could play it as a quiet spec grab. Firebolt makes sense. We're not going to have the mountains for Lava Dart. We'll play a Firebolt in here. And then there's a flashback card that like deals 1 to everything. We probably want that in the board, Now that we have access to red mana. You like Volcanic Spray? Isn't that just like not very good? Oh, no. Yeah, this is the card I was looking for, actually. I was going to put it in the sideboard. You think it should be main deck? We can main deck it. Something like this. Alright, we have a shit pile of lands here. We need to cut it down to like 24. Maybe I don't need Cursed Totems anymore. I was thinking that was going to be like my YOLO versus Elves. But we've got these Volcanic Sprays. Maybe we have another way to win. Would Revelation make sense, main? I don't think so. Good sideboard one. And we could consider playing like City of Brass. I remember the Ancient Tombs being like a lot of damage. So I don't know how thrilled I am about that. Yeah, there's 30 lands here. That's too many lands. Maybe I cut all 4 Yavimaya Coast. Add 2 City of Brass. Let's start by cutting an Ancient Tomb. And a Factory. Maybe I have to cut Factory entirely. I did feel good. I was playing 24 lands before, right? Yeah, 24 lands. Yeah, 24 lands with 7 creature lands is so sick. May just have to cut Factory entirely. You want to play Sapperling Burst? Sapperling Burst doesn't really work with my LED plan. I don't know if you caught me when I was just dumping my hand turn 1, that sort of thing. Can we support anger with our mountain count? Oh, you're right. We can't. I'll throw the deck away. What is your question? We're going to test it, friend. That's what we're finding out here. When I'm testing out a brew, I'm like usually trying to figure something out. I'm not like, hey, nailed it, first try. No changes. We got the best version. Like yesterday, we went 4-1 with the blue-green version of the deck. Felt good. Would have been sweet if the War of the Worms had haste. We'll see if we can squeeze that out somehow. Might take a few builds. Who knows? Might not work at all. Who knows? But we're going to try. Caleb, have you considered that this is a dumb idea for dummies and won't work at all? Yes, I have. Thank you, Twitch chat. Wonder is fire in the blue-green version. Yeah, I wasn't playing it. I had Squeeze instead, which I did like with the Wild Mongrel. But it might have been solid. I think I'm going to jam this. Maybe there should be like 3 anger, 2 wonder. Let's give this a spin. I guess I'll export it. Secretly a Terravore deck? I don't think that's likely. I don't think that's even remotely likely. I had a dickens of a time playing Lava Dart against Terravore the other day. I wonder if there's something there. Terravore is with Lava Darts. Oh boy. Sideboard into Oath. That's a funny idea. I think you beat the creature decks just by making them some big-ass 6/6s, though. Issue with that plan. Oath milling a bunch of flashback stuff sounds sweet. Yeah, it's kind of cool. And what we're going to grab here is 2 Roar of the Worms and 1 Deep Analysis to hit that land number 4, We're just going to trust that to work out. Black Vice. Alright, so the beginning of the chosen player's upkeep deals X damage to that player, where X is the number of cards in their hand, -4. Huh. That's pretty real. Wish I had my Squeeze back, Wish I'd gotten more Deep Analysis. Oh no, I'm thinking about it inverse. I'm thinking of the rack. Yeah, this makes more sense. They're on like stasis or whatever. That card's never gonna do anything to me. Do I want to get another Treetop Village down? It should gain you life, right? If you're under. Let's play Mongrel here. Allurin combo win. I like playing Allurin. Played it in a couple Premodern events. If I only had waited a turn on that LED crack, Oh, I can bin it to Wild Mongrel. Nice. I mean, they could just stasis lock me for the win here. We'll see. They didn't do that. And we're going to be still dumping our hands, so the odds of us having a naturalized answer of stasis are very, very small. Would Gamble be good in this deck? That's an interesting idea. Just played as a red Entomb. You got it, Trapezoid. We're on the draw. I'm going to keep this and rip a land and have the turn 1 Hasty Worm. That's like not even that good here. They play Chain of Vapor and stuff. I'm going to mull. Sure. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Kenexai, thanks for the $6.90. Oh my god, I just saw Kenexai's message. I may have thanked Kenexai too early for the donation here. Kenexai says, I had to hear this at lunch today, and now so do all of you. Bracket, not me, I'm muting the stream. My god. This is Darren Chris. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. I'm not sure I understand this song. Like, I understand the words, they are English. I understand the context, I understand what it's about, I understand all that. My question is why somebody would make it, I guess, is one of the questions. We got squeaky noises. Why is this song right? Why is this? I feel like it's not satire too. It gets worse. Oh no. You know that song you're looking for? Well, listen to this. Yeah. Now for something completely different. Y'all weren't ready for that, but your kids are gonna love it. Oh yeah, you better believe we're gonna draw cards. The stasis cometh. Hmm. Interesting stasis, alright. Seth McKinnon. Got a lot of his prints on my walls. Alright, I may have goofed. Wait until their end of turn, maybe. So we do have Lion's Eye Diamond in the deck. We do have Anger that can generate haste. Yeah, there's so much horrible shit in the world, Snow Fox. I'm not gonna like disavow an artist because they like went to a protest I didn't like or whatever. Nothing against somebody who like doesn't like Seb McKinnon now or whatever. But dude's put a lot of awesome art into the world between his film and his art and whatnot. I think a lot of people that like that was like shocking to them that there would be a magic artist who had not even anti-vax, just like just like anti-mandate sentiments. Even if you disagree with them or whatever, I mean, it's like that is. There's so many old magic artists. There's so many like super old magic artists, and if you go to all their Facebook profiles, you're gonna see some anti-vax sentiment in there somewhere. It's not like actual hate. I don't really see it as cancel worthy, I guess. What decks have I been jamming? We jammed a few net decks, and now we're clunking on into the brews, which is kind of the opposite of what we did yesterday. Yesterday we started off with an LED Madness brew, and well, I say Madness. There's no Madness cards. LED Flashback brew, and then now today I'm like moving on to it, and something that we're tooling around with. But yeah, today we went like 3-2 with goblins. Went 4-1 with mono black. Had some fun games, fun matches in there. And now we're mucking around. You still have his prints on your wall. You wouldn't have done the same for some other artists, right? Like I took down my Noah Bradley prints. I was like, I don't want someone to like inadvertently think I'm fine with that. It's a little different. Hey, KenXI, thanks for another $6.90. The thing you remember about Seb is that he was extremely against QR codes. Right, yeah, that's the... You promise it's not awful. Okay, well, if you promise. Kind of don't hate playing the Wild Mongrel, since it does threaten to win on its lonesome. Yeah, I wouldn't use the word, like, harmlessly cannot win, but... Right, two different degrees, right? Two different things going on there. Claws of Gix is interesting. Do you just like sack the stasis and untap? What's the deal there? So we're not at damage stage yet. I'll wait another turn. Be really nice to have an LED. We haven't drawn one yet. Gwei is an absolute gem, yeah. A delightful person to follow on Facebook, I think. Stasis is good in Premodern. We're like fortunate that Elves is good to like help keep it in check, huh? All right, let's play KenXI's other song request here. This one is supposedly not awful at all, but in fact very good. This is Little Tubby, more like Jason. I was hoping to overload some counters with multiple musk counters in a turn. Like go Wild Mongrel, they tap out for counterspell, and then you go LED, win the game. Was the hope. Oh yeah, I have no idea about a Gaboosh. I would trust your own understanding of pronunciation over mine, for sure. Song's fun. Yeah, it's kind of fun. Oh, earlier I was saying nobody plays Upheaval. That was a lie. I have seen a one of Upheaval in some stasis lists. Kind of hate this Call of the Herd play. The big issue with it is it makes me more vulnerable to daze on a future turn. And it doesn't threaten lethal by itself like Wild Mongrel did. It's just kind of like losing 3 life to save me 2 life next turn. Probably not good. Now if I LED and then get double dazed, I'll feel pretty silly. Cards you actually know? Yeah, right? That was a wild solo. If I waited just a smidge more, this Wild Mongrel would have demanded a thwart or a counterspell. So they sacked the Claws of Gix. Sacked the Stasis 2 Claws of Gix. So now they're just playing another Stasis, but now they have all their lands untapped. Same. Cursed Totem turns off Wild Mongrel. I guess they were worried about that one. I'm fine conceding here. I think we would need to rip like multiple LEDs in a row. Technically possible, but just very unlikely. I think I want to change. Maybe this. Sometimes I side Brain Freeze against slow decks. I mean, I side Brain Freeze against slow decks in my control decks. What did I do with my scotch? Here it is. From the top, this scotch bottle looks a lot very similar to another bottle. So I keep losing it. Very delightful stuff, though. Kind of got to decide if we want to flashback a Call of the Herd here. I think I don't. Guess I should have done that last turn, City did something. I mean, they did bring 2 Chain of Vapors, and now the tokens look a little bit better. Could have had one more 3/3 lined up, though. Hey, that's exciting. Six damage in. Let's go. The Claws of Gix cometh. So the issue here with bidding all to make them start sacking with Claws of Gix is that I don't think they care very much about sacking a random land. I don't think it's worth bidding 2 LEDs. I think LEDs are very good here. So I'm just going to attack for 3 and pass it back. Players can cast spells and activate abilities only during their turns. Oh, that's a fucking ability. They can't even do it. Oh. Oh. Wait, does this turn off Odawara? That's an ability, right? I completely missed the fucking ability aspect of City of Solitude. That was hilarious. It turns off tapping lands. They can't even tap lands. Jeez. I gotta finish reading sentences? Apparently I do. Players can cast spells. Big gap. Only during their own turns. Okay, got it. What decks have I jammed so far? So yesterday we did... Well, I won't go into yesterday. I'll just do today. Today we played Goblins and Mono Black. And now we're monkeying around with LED nonsense. We did some LED nonsense yesterday. But I was wondering if we could, like, make anger work for Roar of the Worm. That's what I'm trying out now. Hey, does the red-black zombie infestation deck play anger? The one that's, like, burning... Or buried aliving for triple squeam. GG's tough match. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty good at dumping my hand. Yeah, of course survival plays anger. Yeah, I saw Green-Black Zombie Survival did well in something recently. I've played against it a few times. It's never, like, really impressed me. It's a bit on the slow side. When I first started brewing around with the format, I was trying quad survival, quad zombie infest brews, quad 8 squee, you know. I had a carrion feeder deck that I was, like, pretty excited about, but I could never get it to beat a mono red deck ever. You're projecting opponent. Hank could use a Mox Diamond, Tom. It's the best anger art. I'm actually not thrilled about this anger art, but I am thrilled about that border. Undeniable border. Oh, hold on. I don't think they're gonna flashback therapy on LED, but maybe I should run it out. The issue with running it out is if they decide to deed me, I guess. The survival cometh. Sure. This might literally be the the green black survival deck, huh? Survival zombie stuff. How often is the color change on the dog relevant? So the last league I played with just the straight blue-green build, it came up versus Hibernation. They do the one other card where I've seen it matter is we were playing mono black and we played against a Wildmonger player, Dystopia. And then I think Parish sees occasional play, but pretty minimal. Do you know what the opponent named and discarded to other things with Qual Therapy? Yeah, of course. They named Pernicious Deed. That's why I said you're projecting, because they had green-black mana. It's fine. I mean, Tree.Village kind of implies shops, I guess. You pop in my Wild Mongrel? Oh, no. I would have made it black in response, of course. Bone Shredder, probably gonna get some block on here. Probably gonna get some shred on. Wild Mongrel doing his best Psychic Frog impression. Opponent really needs a Gaia's Cradle, huh? They shredded with Wild Mongrel and a 3/3 last turn. They shredded my 3/3. Hey, Ponder Putty, cheers. You're very welcome for the 6 years. You're going to the Nika Distillery tour in Japan. Thanks for introducing you to the whiskey. Hell yeah. Actually, I have some of their from the barrel here on my desk. Maybe I'll have a dram of that next in your honor. I hope you have a great time. I'm very jealous. Just extremely jealous. I hope you have a great time. So one of the root wallas can trade with my Treetop Village. Might flashback Deep Analysis here. Oh shit, what up? Hey, Sanity Well, thanks for the sub, thanks for the 20 months. I think I'm gonna double discard here. And just like straight up take him off of the Lana Worm. They've got a mongrel. Okay. So their mongrel can eat mine. I don't think we force a chump with birds. Well, actually a very awkward spot. Made me wonder if I missed a point somewhere. Oh yeah, if Force of Will was legal, you'd have to ban like Gush and Dreadnought. you'd have to ban a lot of other stuff. Be a very different format. Tamir Madness? Yeah, sorta. We don't actually have any Madness cards in here. Just flashback. You know what'd be good against what my opponent's doing? Some fucking 6/6s. Where are all my worms at? The bird ate it. Ate my worms. Yeah, damn. You know how much the value of stuff shot up because of Premodern on Moto? From what I saw, it like doubled plus. I literally like sold a bunch of like I didn't need like the fancy version of Exalted Angel. I just like had it because I like kind of wanted it. Anyway, I just cashed out of all that shit before I went live today. So serving with the elephant token, they do just get to eat it for free. It does stop a double block, I guess. This game is kind of making me wonder if I want Wonder and Anger in here. And then if you have Wonder and Anger, like, shouldn't you be a survival deck? Maybe not, huh? Maybe it's just clunky. What's the fancy Exalted Angel? I'm just talking about editions. It's just like the original. You see how like these are all like good old border stuff? This version of Cursed Scroll is more expensive than the silver version. And similarly with like this version of Exalted Angel is worth fucking diddly squeak because nobody who wants to play Premodern like wants this version. And then the OG version that has the iconic, you know, the nostalgia factor. This one's like $30 now. That's all I mean. Oh, now we're rebuying shreds. Bouncing shreds every turn. We, like, can't concede because we do have, like, a couple of random bolts in here now. Because artifacts should be brown. Exactly, Batman. Exactly. But I cashed in for, like, $1.50 earlier, so I was like, this is a fine time to sell. I like my specific versions. I also would like $1.50. The IRS needs their payday. Well, they want their pound of flesh. That's kind of nice. Kind of a nice incentive over the straight blue-green version. Get to do that every once in a while. Yeah, the straight blue-green version was very good at getting them down low, and then question mark, right? I think I'm going to bring Ray of Revelation in. I don't think I want Volcanic Spray. How many disenchant effects do I want? Maybe I'll bring in Tranquil Domain and not Naturalize. I kind of like Tempting Worm. I've historically liked it against Madness because the creatures by themselves aren't that large. Huh. You want to run Tormod's Crypt? Could do. We're going to do a bunch of changes, and then it's going to turn out that just, like, having some bolts would have been better. Shave top end? What do you think the top end is? We're like playing 6/6s on turn one. What do you think? I'm like spending 7 mana on Roar the Worm? What do you think my top end is? -2 anger, +2 wonder. I think the lowest on anger I would go is 3. It's been pretty sick. I was thinking 3 anger, 2 wonder might be doable though. You came from Yu-Gi-Oh! You don't read? Fair enough, fair enough. Wow, I just got fucking destroyed. I just got rocked so hard. How rude. Very rude. Aren't Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards like actual novels? Yeah, that's why nobody has a time to read them. I guess they're like giving their own land up for free, so the Sabo's Web is only fair. This is definitely my favorite song in Clair Obscure. That game was a good vibe. Yeah, just having anger for free is sick. Gestrel Summer Party. Were the Gestrels the little toy things, right? I really liked the song that played in the first like mini boss fight against them when you were like super next to their weird encampment. You just finished? What'd you think, Adman B? Incredible stuff. Nice. Yeah, I thought Act 1 was like a 7 out of 10. Would have been a tenner if there was a mini-map. And then I thought Act 2 was a 10 out of 10. Just incredible story. And then I thought Act 3 was like a 5 out of 10. And I actually liked the ending. I was just frustrated by the fake open world aspect, I guess. I was like, I can do anything. Oh, I can only do some very specific things. I need to spend a lot of time grinding. I'm not going to do that. It was like, look at all this cool shit that people with way more time than you can go check out. I'm like, all right. Thanks, I guess. I'm so mad about my treetop villages. I'm just fucking furious over here. Took you a bit to adjust to the lack of map. Yeah, there were a couple of areas where I got like seriously lost, and I was like, I can't even like bring up a even if even if they were like mad. The developer's reasoning was like if there's a mini map, he gets distracted looking at it, and so he didn't want to have one available. I'm like, even if that's your reasoning, you could have a map that people can like toggle to, like bring up, go look at. That's very common. A lot of games do that. Kind of don't think we're gonna win this one, even though their mana's dog shit. Oh, I didn't really have much trouble with any of the bosses. Let's play this Tempting Worm just to see what happens, and then we're probably just going to be conceding this game anyway. Let's see what they got. They have survival up and everything. They're like, wait, I can hold on. Yeah, with survival in play, they can literally just like tutor up the Bone Shredder to kill the Tempting Worm. It seems really bad here. I do want some of the like destroy all enchantments though, so I can pop survival and zombie. Yeah, they're like, hold on. we've got a response to that one. Right, Adman? Yeah. Yep, that's exactly what they did. Tutored Bone Shredder. That's all they're putting into play? That's all they want is a Bone Shredder? Well, fair enough, I guess. I mean, if that's all we're doing is like trading a Tempting Worm, like they cashed in the Gemstone Mine too. We got a Lotus Petal. We traded it for a Lotus Petal. Oh, they're making zombies, right? What's a scoop here? Zombies are gonna be frustrating. Alright, I don't actually like Tempting Worm. I do actually like Tranquil Domain and Naturalize and Firebolt. Kind of want like the 4 Anger, 4 Deep Analysis thing, but yeah, whatever. We'll try this. Yeah, I like Tranquil Tempting Worm against regular Madness. I don't think it's good against Survival Madness in retrospect. I also don't think these Tormod scripts are very good in comparison to just having... Ooh. In comparison to just having an answer, a Disenchant for the Survival. You're talking about the one where they gain 6 life? I have seen people play that before Progenimator. Like, you have to have a forest, and you have to be fine with the opponent gaining 6. Some handsome elephants, that's what I was thinking. Oh, and the opponent plays Duress. I don't know if they're in when they're on the draw, but I'm going to play the Tormod script turn 1, just in case. You have no context for how relevant the 6 life is. It really depends on the matchup, yeah. It depends on the deck you're playing. Dark Ritual is super legal, yeah, it's sick. This fucking Sabo's Web. Mountain? Imagine if I was making fucking 6/6s here, right? Because, like, I had just as much chance of drawing 2 of those as the other one, right? I think that was a big part of our doing well with the blue-green deck. Casting to make 3/3s when, like, you've got the mana to cast. Flashing back to make 6/6s when you have the mana to flashback. Deck's balancing things without the extra steps. That's exactly what it is, Cask. I was literally playing balancing things. The last time I was streaming, I did a collaboration stream with Ben, and I played balancing things in one of the rounds, and like the deck felt good when I was making 6/6s, and the rest of the deck felt kind of poopy. I was like, what if I just made 6/6s? What if I just did that? This isn't as extreme as it could be, right? I could be playing Spirit Guides and Lotus Petals and stuff, but that was a thought. This fucking Sabo's Web. We're gonna hold on to the Treetop Village in case we draw Mox Diamond. Ben 10? Yeah, Ben 10 Alien Force. No. You know, podcaster Ben. Streams a lot of... Well, he streamed for some Premodern, but he does a lot of Canadian Highlander and Cube. Benjamin Wheeler, yes, thank you. Every time I see him streaming on Twitch, he's streaming just like the best fucking formats ever. The multiple bone shredders. They actually have Guy's Cradle this time. I think that's going to be very good for them. They can chain squeeze here too. Force me to pop crypt on one of them. And then their second one won't get to do the thing. I'm going to scoop to drawing my second tree, my third treetop village against Sabo's Web. Oh, man. I almost want to scoop this league and try a couple wonders. We actually have way more mountains. Well, I think it's actually close, right? We have 6 islands here and essentially 7 mountains. Some parts of this felt really good. 6 island is like pretty low for one day. But Anger was feeling good with only 7 red. One wonder, 1 anger, and 4 gamble. I kind of hate it because you have to then like spend the gamble to go do the thing. Whereas like anger and wonder are just free if you draw them naturally. I'm not going to play Allurin just because you're begging. I'd be happy to play Allurin on some other day. But it takes like... It would take like basically the rest of the stream for me to put Allurin together. And like get the correct borders and stuff. It'd be a pretty atrocious use of the rest of the stream. You're out? Alright. Fuck off, please. Just showed up to beg for a specific deck. Literally fuck off. Oh, man. All right. We'll try with just that change up. I think that's pretty solid. We'll try with those 2-card difference. It's going to make all the difference in the world. I can feel it. We felt very weak to the you know, your creature lands can't untap thing, but we only have 4 creature lands in this build, and we also have Mox Diamonds. Like, I don't think that's going to come up that often, that we naturally draw 3 against that card. That seems unlikely to me. You thought it was a bot account, right? Just like multiple messages that are just question marks. Maybe they're having a bad day. I don't think so. I do appreciate the sentiment of extending charity against random folks online, though. Thinking the best possible. Good mindset to be in. They are now. No, I don't think they cared that much about the channel. You dude was just helping them along. How many decks have registered a single lightning bolt in the history of Magic? I think it happens a reasonable amount in Premodern. Often, like, naturalizes a better main deck card than lightning bolt. Alluring is dope. Alluring is dope. Don't mind playing it. Can you import a deck list to Moto? You can, but it's going to come in with all new borders. So then I have to, like, spend time changing each card slot. Because that's the thing I care about. Ooh, a mulligan. I think I'm supposed to bin the anger. Possible it should be the LED. Well, glad I've been the anger, I suppose. I've been dazed. I don't think I'm supposed to crack LED here just to flashback call the herd. But I will anyway. It's just not very exciting, right? If we hit a land, then we get to play Call the Herd and then flash it back. And then the LED could be like fueling, you know, a 6/6 on a future turn. Potentially hasty depending on our draws. And here we just have a 3/3. It's kind of what I was talking about. Like when I did really well with the blue-green list, I was like drawing the right flashback cards in the right time. Yeah, is this resolving? Pretty low, right? What's the reason it's fourth? Yeah, split from old school. Old school goes to third edition, so this is just covering the spot in between old school and modern. They could have also called it post old school, right, instead of pre-modern. I've been dazed. How about now? Yeah, yesterday when I was playing like just straight blue-green, I feel like half the time my quiet speculation I was just getting triple Roar of the Worm. The deck had a few more Ancient Tombs in it. Might have helped with that. Oh, Volcanic Spray hits players. Cool. Deep Analysis is so cool. Alright, we just need a mountain off the top. Cooler than you. Only extremely. Like, if you were like, okay, so like if Deep Analysis was as cool as Corey Hart wearing sunglasses at night, you might be like a wet blanket. Hardcast foil, nice. Not the metaphorical wet blanket, but like a literal wet blanket. And you're like kind of wondering if it needs a wash because it might have been like it might have got mildewy, or like maybe you could hang it out outside and then it'd be fine. You're not sure. About that level of cool in comparison. I feel like I'm being unnecessarily harsh. I should have tapped both islands here. Could potentially play Wild Mongrel and a Firebolt. Ooh. What's up, T-Village? The other day I had a really cool line where my opponent Chain of Vapored me mid-combat, and I sacrificed it a few times to bounce my Mox Diamonds to have stuff to discard to my Wild Mongrel for lethal. It was sick. One of my favorite Chain of Vapors in a bit. Uh-oh. What's at 8? We can technically take one hit. Yeah, we like the mountain for the anger. Got me him at 2. So here you could fetch Mountain and Flashback Call of the Herd and have a 3/3 haste, but I think you just want to activate Treetop Village. And your cards in hand are probably better off discarding the Wild Mongrel. Stifling. Exactly the right number of forests. Feels like even if they've got a factory block and a Chain of Vapor, I'll have Xaxes here. What it feels like to me. If we're sharing our feelings. Does only having half the fetches impact the mana? I mean, so if we had all of our fetches for this deck, that'd be kind of sick. We would just like have our island more often for Wonder and our mountain for more often for anger. So I think what they're hoping for is that I bounce their Dreadnought so they can bounce another one of my things and not take lethal. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to kill them. They're foiling the Chain of Vapor. Okay. Wow. I was wrong. They have exactly enough here to stop me from killing them. How did I miscount that? Oh, I was counting each wild mongrel as potentially 3. That was a good foil, huh? So I would have had lethal here without it. Doing the Chain of Vapor on my Mox Diamond trick again. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, we discard here. They take 5, go to 1, kill me. Squee would have been better than Anger that game. Worth noting. I don't know if City of Solitude's any good or not. I don't think Wonder's amazing. If you're both at 1 and you spray, it's a draw. Correct. Yep. Yeah, we went 4-1 yesterday with just like a straight blue-green version. This was pretty fun. By only being blue-green, you did get to play factories on top of treetop villages, so you had more threats in the mana base. And you get to play a 3rd Ancient Tomb, which is nice in terms of explosiveness. And then Squee and Mongrel, of course, good. So there are some strengths to that as well. This is a mall. This is a keep. Yep, mtgdex.net and TCDex and mtgtop8.com all aggregate Premodern. Put them all to 5. So we already have the 4 mana for flashing back Royal Worms. We're just going to grab 1 Deep Analysis so we have something to do next turn. And grab 2 Roars here. So the next turn we just go Treetop Village, flashback Deep Analysis. And then the turn after that, crack for a mountain, start flashing back Roars. See if that does anything for me. Well, hold on. I've changed my mind. Moto data? There is no Moto data. We've had Moto. Moto has had this as a supported format for 1 day, Urtai. That is day number 2 of Moto Leagues. Don't you dare make it 12-12. You only have 2 cards. Oh, okay. That's still very good here. Oh, they're not popping my diamonds. Should I just fucking... just get in there? Just fucking... just get angry? Release the data. Let's go fucking pick it wherever Daybreak Games is. Release the data. My diamonds. All right, 9 more turns. Let's go. Why is the format called Contraption? Contraption isn't the name of any format. This is what Magic Online is naming the room that they're throwing like trial formats in. I think it's needlessly confusing, but maybe it'll work out. Couple impulses down. They have a pretty good chance of making a 12-12 here, and I do not have a disenchant. So I'll probably be winning. Nothing. Well, they're still in it. I really love Treetop Village. I don't know if y'all can tell, but I truly do love this card. We could actually hardcast some fucking 6/6s here. Are they on Stifle Knot? They certainly are. Yeah, they foiled my Quiet Speculation, Powder Keg, my Mox Diamonds. Or no, the Quiet Speculation resolved, and then they countered everything. They, like, foiled one, Roar the Worm, actual counterspelled the other one. I meant to play an Ancient Tomb. Yeah, here's the Dreadnought. Yeah, you got a Dreadnought. Aren't you special? Senior has a Dreadnought. Disenchant off the top. For me. Fuck. I guess I play this, huh? Do we flash it back? Yeah, I suppose we do. Now the question is, do we jump the Dreadnought with anger in anticipation? Oh, I've played Premodern before, Kevin. I've played Premodern once or twice. Yeah, Misty has a pretty good Premodern scene. Events happening every couple months. And I've got a Premodern gauntlet. You have nothing clever to say here? Hey, that's all right, Prebin. I don't have anything clever to say ever. It's my job to be occasionally clever. Appreciate the sub. Thanks for 48 months. Yes, the pass. You love to see it. So we activate the Treetop Village and serve in, and they take 8. Is that good for us? What if they have a Chain of Vapor? If they have a Chain of Vapor, wouldn't they have served? How bad is it to serve in here? That's the question. Probably really bad. I'm gonna do it anyway. Hell yeah, Sinbad. They went to 1. You think it sounds like early 2000s Psytrance? This is actually late 2000 Psytrance. This track came out in 2008. You were way off. Excuse me? Enchanted creature gives +2/+0. At the upkeep of enchanted creature's controller. What? So, Essence Flare is a card that you play against Goblin Lackey, kind of specifically, and maybe you play it against Manadorks. It has no purpose against me, except to literally 14 me in a very tilting fashion. Just literally 2 mana, fucking worse Lava Spike. Maybe they thought I was playing Birds of Paradise or something. I'm super not. Or maybe they thought I had Basking Ruwalas because they saw discard stuff. That is a tilt for sure. They read the way things would play out perfectly. Yeah, they had it for that, just exactly that moment. It's a sideboard card. You bring it in against Goblin Lackey decks. The blue Rancor, yeah. You're tilted. I'm a little tilted. Opponent aware of the need to deal 14 instead of 12 against the Madness deck? The Deep Analysis deck? I don't think so. Because, like, normally, like, I wouldn't be able to attack into a Dreadnought, so then they, like, pump it, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I have to chump. It doesn't, like, really help you. This hand is, like, 6 mana sources, but it's kind of close. I think I'm going to mull. This hand's not very good either. But it's got live draws. Hell yeah. Do we have been Deep Analysis or Roar the Worm? We already have a 4-drop to flashback. I guess I'll been Deep Analysis. Just the actual, just the actual best card. We hit a 4. Damn. Yeah, right. Your opponent puts Ravenous Rats on the stack. You're like, can I bin both? Is that okay? I sure hope my opponent doesn't Ravenous Rats me again. That would suck. That would be a bummer. I said... Yes! Maybe that's supposed to be in Wonder, huh? And just kill him with 3/3s. What deck are we on? It's not a meta deck. It's a brew. It's pretty face up. I guess the one card you're missing is the LED, the one part of the equation. Kilby wins. Oh man, they didn't even know the half of it. They didn't even know the half of it. I don't think I'm changing much here. Oh, what about Compost as a sideboard card for this sort of matchup? I haven't liked the Tempting Worms very much. I guess I still like them against, like, Mono Red specifically. But just, like, the Roar of the Worm is maybe already covering that. I kind of like the idea of Compost, yeah. I think I like the idea of no. Let's not play this. Well, yeah. What do we think about Tempting Worm in this matchup? It is a fucking 5/5. We could save it as like the last card to play. I don't really care about my opponent getting free Hypnotic Specters. Yeah, let's do that. This hand would be sick with an Ancient Tomb, huh? I think it's a Malm. Resolves. Call of the Herd has not hit. Wish I hadn't had a Bennett card, All right, Ancient Tomb off the top. For the second Hasty Worm, let's go. I think the deck does want 3 Ancient Tombs. Maybe I could cut a Treetop Village, go down to 3. No, we've been edicted. This is why I was bummed about the mulligan, right? Because if we had the Deep Analysis, we could be flashing that back for a couple cards here. Help me get up to 4. Good ass looking Powder Keg. Powder Keg's so good against me. That's like the main card this deck does not want to see. And I play against it like multiple times a league. I'm a little iffy on flashing back the Roar of the Worm because you just like it just gets powder kegged. And then we lose the Mox Diamond. This way we could draw Deep Analysis and cast it. Opponent's got a little bit of a clock. Not a bad little wretch there. The Wretched, yeah. We had a nice little 4-1 with Mono Black earlier, Grand Fly. You missed it. I wasn't playing Powder Keg. Maybe I should have been. Yeah, I think they just have me. Factory could even trade with Village if they wanted. We don't really have a way to come back. Game 1, they played Ravenous Rats, and that was quite good for us. Like, Grand Fly, how do you feel about Tempting Worm against Mono Black? Is that interesting or no? You don't love it? I'll try a couple. Not a bad spot to be testing random nonsense. Contamination. There is a Contamination deck in the format. It looks very different than what we're playing against Silver Core. Moments before disaster. All right, friends. Let's go. All right, onlylands.com. What do you got? Hoping they're oddly spell heavy. They were not. Yeah, Powder Keg is so damn good against me. I kind of don't feel like Powder Keg beats me whether it comes down on turn 1 or turn whenever. I think I've beaten that card exactly once so far. Yeah, they get the turn 0 smother in. Yeah, I don't hate a few compost for this sort of situation. Honestly, yeah, I don't know. The angers like feel good with the Roar of the Worms, but I feel like that hasn't actually won me any games yet. Whereas when I had the straight blue-green mana base, I feel like I did win games because I had the extra creature lands and I had the extra Ancient Tombs for explosiveness and stuff. The Careful Studies and the Squeeze weren't amazing, but it did feel like a more cohesive deck. We can try like one more match here, maybe. Well, yeah, I don't know. I did like the depth to the Quiet Speculation tutor package. We did win some games off of just like having access to a little bit of reach. A little bit of burn was kind of nice. Almost more impactful than the angers. Yeah, I wonder if there's anything that like Careful Study and Squee can become. I mean, I don't hate Squee with Wild Mongrel. What about Accumulated Knowledge in this deck? Just like one more card that we don't mind bidding to LED. They can come back for value later, like a really shitty deep analysis. Ruwala and Arrogant Worm. Oh, you want to play like actual Madness? And then just have Wild Mongrel and LED as discard outlets? I don't know if that's enough. Maybe with careful study, the Roar of the Worms just like weren't as bad, Yeah, maybe just cutting Sweep for Ruwala is better. Usually you're using your mana to like activate creature lands though, as opposed to pump Wallas, right? Intuition. I feel like Intuition is pretty slow. Like for 3 mana, I want to be putting a threat in play. If I tried Domain, I have not. Did we learn anything from this build? Yeah, I was like learning that I didn't think the Angers and Wonders were worth it, really. That it felt like I was losing some depth to the mana base, not being able to play factories. Intuition and AK is interesting. I guess Intuition isn't that different from Quiet Speculation, and Quiet Speculation's really good here. How many Intuitions do you want to play? Like 2? Yeah, I almost like just playing Quad AK. Stash it for later. Is there a viable Storm deck? Sort of. There is a an Iggy Pop deck, Ill-Gotten Gains. You like Orms chant your opponent and then loop Ill-Gotten Gains a couple of times, and then you can Cunning Wish for Brain Freeze, or maybe you naturally drew Tendrils. It's not very good. Merfolk Looter? Gross. Yeah, we're like very often making 6/6s on turn 2 and stuff. Dream Halls. Oh yeah, the mono blue Storm deck. That deck's solid. Shadow Spirit and Nether Spirit are in the format. They're a little underpowered. Yeah, you can play Trade Wind Riders. I don't think it's like the stock version of survival decks, but people do it sometimes. I kind of want to play like a single game as opposed to a full match. Let's see if the Intuition thing comes up. I guess I'll cut the worms. How the queue's been for Premodern? Pretty good, actually. I don't think we were rotting in the queue very long, like ever. Always had opponents. A lot of interesting decks. The format lends itself to a lot of different interesting decks. So, like, some leagues you play the same deck twice, but usually you play against 5 different decks. The next Premodern stream, I think I want to do another league with Red Green. I really enjoyed this deck. Also, I kind of need to know if I need to pick up more Quirion Dryads and Hull Breaches. I think I've got the rest of this. All right, I'm done for the night, folks. Tomorrow, I think there's a new cube, so I'll probably be jamming the new cube. I think it's some kind of like pick 3 nonsense. And then Thursday, Blood on the Clock Tower. Blood on the Clock Tower has been a goddamn blast. So hopefully some folks will tune in for that. Cheers, everybody. Much love.